Thank you. Oh, okay, I'm gonna make a worm and an ornament as well. Yippee! Hi, guys. Why does it do it twice? That's so strange. That is so strange. Oh no. You have ads again. Oh no. I'm gonna quickly get some, like, drink. Okay, I forgot to put that in. I'm putting that in right now, actually, before I grab that drink. That is going into the stream playlist. I need to put more. No, not just not what did I just put Keith David in? Oh gosh. I grabbed just Keith David. I just grabbed him. That's all I grabbed. Okay, I mixed off-brand Sprite with raspberry lemonade. Honestly, it tastes pretty good. Also, oh. But so the first thing before I on it also high beans. Also, yes, I've also seen 5-year-olds watch it. Yeah. They're So I work at a thrift store, and every so often, well, like every day basically, people will bring their kids. Well, recently I've started seeing kids in has-been merch, or like carrying around little plushies of has-been hotel characters. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, oh gosh. Oh no. Also, rocks will be after the recap because we have to go through the recap. We have to go through the Twitch recap. It's a Twitch recap. Look at that. Look, 20. Ow, I just punched my monitor. Look at that though. Literally. Look at that though. It's cool. It's awesome. Oh, a punk killed you on Creatures of. Oh no. But yeah, we're going over our Twitch recap. 2025 Obsidian the Rock Boy. Where's my mouse? There it is. All right, we got 221 hours streamed. We got we were one away. We were one away. Well, this is the 69th stream. We streamed on 58 different days. We have 395 hours watched. Then we played Roblox, actually most of it. we got one up, one down. We got Repo, we played Minecraft, we played Undertale, and we played Art, which is what we're doing right now actually. And then we didn't we only did 5 things this year, guys. And our top stream reached 18 viewers. Then of course the normal tags. But y'all were chatting a lot this like kind of a lot this year. Especially at the end of it. Y'all were chatting a lot. 7,498 chats received. Good job, guys. And of course we have the I want waffle fries. Everybody loves the I want waffle fries and the scream. I will make you. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes. It should be. I got mine from my email, but it should be in your Twitch notifications. But yeah, then of course the one that I actually put effort into one time. Although I use it all the time. I use it all the time. And yo, okay, we got Suki, we got Salem, we got Shiny Dino, we got Ants, we got Bagel, we got Water, we got Indecisive, we got El Macaco, and we got Aaron up here in the top 9 biggest fans. It's you. Hi. And then I don't remember. I think it might have been our repo stream earlier this year. Yeah, it was. It was Lexi and Atlas. We did the repo stream this year. Yes, second place. You rated me 4 times, Salem. And then Nico rated me twice, and then Bagel rated me once. I sent out 54 raids, which for 68 streams, that's most of the times that I rated. And then I rated Bagel, Little Guy, Chase Cubed. Those are my raids. And then 59 clips. We got 10 unique clippers. Hi, cheese. We're going over our recap right now. The top clip is just the ow ow. It's the Eclipse one. Yeah, it came out I think this morning. It came out this morning. Yeah, this was whenever the Halloween update first came out and we first got Eclipse. And Eclipse just started going ow ow, ow like that. And then this whole entire year we went from what? That would be Well, this is still off because we've had more than 6 subscribers. Like, we've had a lot more than 6. It might be new ones, though. Yeah, I need to start signing my art as well, to be honest. I need to make a little like little thingy that shows. Also, bagel. So we had 104 new followers this year. That's wild. That is like a third. That is a third of like the people that are here now. And then y'all are gamblers. Y'all are gamblers. 106,000 points. No, not just gambles. Like, you guys literally have spent so much, like, so many points on the crazy so many times. I wish it showed you, like, how many, I wish it showed you how many you wish gaming or gambling was real. Oh, okay. I did not know. You motherfucker. No! No! Don't do it. It's gonna be after. It's going to be after. Okay, I can hydrate. I can hydrate. I can hydrate now, but I'm going to do the crazy after this. Oh no. But 106,000 points. That's a lot. And was I crazy once? The 2025 chat badge, and then but yeah, this was all of the okay, I can hydrate again. But yeah, this was the recap. We had a really good year. Told you to up it to 4K. It's already been upped once. That's good. That's good. Top 20%. That's good. Oh, yeah, yeah, there is. So there's the other recaps, like the viewer recaps. I don't watch, like, I haven't been watching because I've been busy. But yeah, like, I've watched 63 hours, 132 distinct days visited, and then, like, this is what I've been, like, watching, I guess. How? What? Why have there been so many? I swear I turned it down. Gee, holy cow. But yeah, I've watched a lot of I watched a lot of Bagel. Yeah, yeah, I literally yeah. I don't use I don't use Twitch that much. Genuinely. We love Bagel. We love Bagel. Um yeah, I've only sent 1,000 chats. I use my emotes all the time though. I use my emote. Where's my raid emote? It's not in here. Shout out. 142 hours. You can't even hear. Oh wait, I see cheese. I see a cheese in the thing. Hello?
Me?
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
104 followers.
Yeah, just this
Uh,
year. That's a lot.
Very impressive. Were you crazy once?
I'm gonna do it after the recap. I'm gonna do it after the recap. I have 2 minutes. Not your biggest fan being Elma. Where is Elma in this? Wait a second. Did I see that? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Almost passed it. Twice, maybe? Where is it? Where's the thingy? Aha, there it is. Okay, no, they're there. They're there. Oh, your roommate's napping. But yeah, this is the recap. Honestly, I feel like it's been a pretty good year. Emma's your top one. Elma just lives in everybody's chats. But yeah. And then we can go while Stream Avatars is getting set up, I'm gonna do Hey Siri, set timer for 2 minutes. Okay, my Siri stopped working. Siri, don't say okay to what? It literally was like, okay. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set timer for 2 minutes. Thank you. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They
I
locked me
need
in a
to
room.
know what
A
you
rub
guys
room.
feel
Rub room with
about.
You
I
have
rats.
to
was
do this for
Rats
2
made me
minutes?
crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub
I
room.
mean, I guess that means
Rub
we
room
can
with
do whatever
rats.
we want.
And rats made me crazy. Crazy.
I
Because
mean,
I
they
I
was
can
can't,
crazy
redeem
once. They locked me in a
it.
room.
th-
A rub room.
they
No,
can't,
a
they
rub room
can't
with
say
rats.
anything to
The
stop
rats made me
us.
crazy. Crazy.
Did
I was crazy
Did you
once.
want us to
They locked
set
me
the
in a room.
chat room on
A
fire?
rub
Is that
room.
what you want us
Oh
to do?
gosh. Rub room.
Yeah,
No,
Rub
not
room
oh
with
gosh.
rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was
that's
crazy
not
once.
part of the
They locked me in a
rats.
room.
Start
A
over.
rub room. Nope. Rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy.
I don't
Crazy.
remember
I was
Nope being a
crazy
part of
once.
that either.
They locked me in a
This
I
room.
doesn't
feel like we're
seem like we're
sitting in
A rub
maximizing
room
our
with
redeem
rats.
points
And
here.
rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Oh no, it's breaking. Everything's breaking. Oh no. Hold up, hold up.
Here
I'm
we
pausing
go.
this. Oh gosh. It's breaking. It's breaking.
It's actually breaking.
Oh gosh.
Oh, Salem is relentless. There we
Oh
go.
gosh. We're just gonna hide that for a second. See if it's gonna. Oh, it's still going. This is all you see. By the way, this is all you see from their rock. It's just fire from their rock.
Salem, can you do exclamation mass explodes so we can just take
No!
their so we can just take their
No!
computer down?
No! Okay, I'm gonna continue. Crazy. That was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber room. Rubber with rats. And rats made me crazy.
Oh, their computer
Crazy.
survived.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They left me in a room. A rub room. A room with rats.
Salem, how
Rats
dare.
made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats.
Were you
And
crazy
rats
once?
made me crazy.
What color was the room?
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. It's done. God, no!
I mean, oh my gosh. What a surprise.
Hey Siri. Set timer for 1 minute. Crazy.
I get
was
no
crazy
points
once.
now.
They locked me in a room.
We're gonna have to make
Rubber
the
room.
most of this time, everybody.
Rubber room with
'cause,
rats. Rats made me
that's all the
crazy.
points I had.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. In the rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me
I
crazy.
need more fire to
Crazy.
keep it warm.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy.
Toast
Crazy.
this computer.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was
Wait,
crazy
were there
once.
rubber rats?
They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me
It
crazy.
was. There you go.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy.
I'm out of
I was
points, so you're
okay,
lucky.
there we go. Finally, I'm out of this madness.
I'm sure nobody else has 3,000 points to do it again.
Okay, I need to grab the reference. You have the points, but you won't do it. No, 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 don't do that. No. Oh my gosh, why is my like Fuji check not wanting to work? Why is Steam still open? Wait 5 minutes. No. Let me make sure that like everything's not actively breaking again. Where is it? Where's Ko-Fi? Hello? Hello? Ko-Fi? Are you gonna... Is everything breaking? Everything is in fact breaking. Can you still hear
Eh,
me?
I can still hear you. Let me see if chat
Okay.
can.
Chat. Chat, hello. Fuji check doesn't want
Uh,
to work though.
I do. Wait, do I hear you? Yeah, I hear you on
Hello?
stream,
Okay, okay. Let me
I think.
go here. There. Ah, why are you trying to tag me? Can't believe you.
Let's see, you kind of closed Discord, so that's
I didn't
Nope,
even
it's
close
back.
Discord. It's just been like being weird. Okay, let me grab their reference. They're wanting both an ornament and a worm.
Salem has so much power.
Please don't. Please no. Don't. Please.
Why is there a picture of you
Gosh.
smashing Loki Laverna?
What? Are you talking about
In
the pumpkin?
Yeah, it looks
That's
like
Gordy
Loki
from
Laverna.
that's Gordy from Dandy's World.
Ah, okay, I see. Oh, Naksh.
Yep.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just was excited to see your statistics. They're doing well. I don't see. I don't see mine. Interesting. They would all come out at the same time, wouldn't they?
I think I got mine emailed to me,
Emailed.
but they also were in my
Hmm.
my notifications.
Hmm.
Okay, where did Ko-Fi go? There it is. I'm trying to figure out what kind of ornament they wanted.
Did they come out on your year anniversaries?
I don't think so.
Hmm. Interesting. Because I was curious how many hours I've watched Twitch.
Probably like a lot. A
It
lot more than
may
me.
be interesting. It may be interesting. I mean, 13 hours is still a fair amount of programming to watch.
Yeah, but that's for the entire year. I'm more of a YouTube while I sleep watcher. Bowels. I mean, you are right about that. You are right about that, El Macaco. It's your recap. Yeah, it's because it's December now. Okay, so they said that I have free reign over this ornament. What kind of ornament should I make them? Because I made Salem into a glitter ornament, Triker into just like a normal shiny ornament, and then I made the first one that I did was like the striped one, I guess. Not you timing them out again. Salem. Yeah, I made you into a glitter ornament. You're very glittery. I had to deal with so much glitter at work yesterday. It was a lot. It was a lot of glitter. I really want to make like I want to try to learn 3D modeling so badly. I want to learn it so badly that like my brain is like I tried to do like the little donut. It did not work at all.
It's weird. It didn't show up on my main page, but I was able to find it.
Huh.
Oh yeah, viewer. All right. Ooh. Would you like to know how many?
Oh,
That's probably. I don't know if that's a hell. How many? Wait, hours?
how
How many
many does it
days is that?
say? How many does it say?
Uh, ugh. Hold on. How many do you think?
400? I don't know.
You're in. You're
I have
not
no clue.
close.
I'm not close. Oh no. How much
Uh,
more is it?
How many days? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's
How many
I'm
days
sorry.
have you watched? How many days worth of content from other streamers have you watched?
Okay, that's a fair question. How many days do you think I've watched other streams?
20.
Not even close.
Oh gosh, it's more. It's more.
you you're not even in the ballpark. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh gosh. I don't know.
You
I don't know if
have
that's a healthy number.
2,014 hours and 299 days, El Macaco. That's wild.
Wait, they said two
2,014 hours.
they said 2.2 thousand. Oh, it's 200. No, your math has to be wrong.
No, 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 no.
It's two
In
thousand.
a lot of European countries, I know that like instead of using a comma, they use a period.
No, I understand. But 2020, 2014 divided
It's
by 24 hours
probably
in a day, it would be 83 days. So there's no way
dang.
it's 299 days. Yeah, 2014 hours divided by 24 is 83.9.
Damn.
All right. So I don't know. Anybody want to guess how many
Thank you, go for that.
Um, I'll just I'll just say this. I've got more hours than Elma.
Oh gosh. Yeah, there's a counter of how many days you've entered Twitch.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, that's like that's what it says unique days.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. My distinct days visited is is 365.
Oh
I have
my.
been on Twitch every single day
Oh my.
uh in the past year.
Oh my.
Okay, I may have a problem. I didn't miss a day.
Okay, goes
365
the cheese
days.
go touch grass.
I have
Oh
literally gone
my.
on Twitch. Well, see, like
Oh
the thing is,
my.
I don't watch as much TV these days because I always like to see what everybody's up to, and I like to watch their channels, and I like Twitch has become my new TV, and I watch TV every day, so I guess I've watched Twitch I've been on vacation too. Oh, I'd log in too. Oh man. 365 days I have
Wow.
logged in.
How many hours? How many hours have you watched?
Nobody's even come close.
4,000?
You're getting closer.
5,000?
You're getting warmer.
5,500.
6,000?
You're
Six
almost
thousand is
there.
crazy. Oh my god, are we at 7K?
No, no,
7,000?
no, no. No, 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 no. You were close to 5,500. I
Oh,
have 5,640 hours
holy
watched,
cow.
Jesus, jeez.
which equals hold on. So 5,640 divided by 24 hours in a day. I have been watching Twitch for 235 hours
Oh
or
my
days.
gosh.
235 days.
Holy cow.
Uh, huh. Are those
Yeah,
numbers
that's
right?
normal cheese.
I'm sorry. How did I miss watching for Oh man, I lurk in a lot of channels too. Sometimes I'll go to bed and I'll let it go. Like I'll fall asleep with it on, and then it's still like it's in the next stream in the next morning. So maybe that counts.
I just stopped my cat from clawing my bed. That was
Oh
a
my,
thing.
though. That's a lot.
Sorry. Hold on, let me look at mine
I
again. I wasn't paying attention. I just
I
skimmed
feel
through
I
it.
feel like those numbers are telling. I just don't know what they're telling exactly. I
Not a
watched
single day missed.
5,000
Literally.
8,760 hours in a year. Oh my god, it goes
five
like cheese
thousand
for the sake of your phone.
six
Go and
hundred
touch
and
grass.
forty. Why would I?
Holy
No, I don't.
Oh, I
cow.
will ban
I
you. I'm not
I
gonna
do
ban
not
no my
touch
cat
grass.
though.
I'm sorry, but the 5,640 hours.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Wow.
or 235 days of the 365 days I logged in.
Oh gosh.
Okay, where's my recap? I just skimmed through it. Hold on.
If you all don't
I
think
gotta
I'm
post my
dedicated to watching your
completion.
channels, my numbers say otherwise.
Quite literally, it does. Yeah. We'll go with my live one, my streamer one at the moment. Oh, someone killed me! You son of a gun! I'm gonna kick your butt from here to 10 buck too. I will kill your family in the game, you little bitch.
Bro's playing
I look away for
Creatures of
1
Snare.
minute. Look away for 1 minute. And you know what happens to me? I get murdered for no
See,
reason. I'm a
that's
healer, you little shit.
this is why I don't look away from Twitch. If I stop watching Twitch, somebody's gonna get me.
Jesus Christ. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. Just give me like 5 minutes. 2 minutes. And I'll
You know
kill
what
them
my
5 minutes
all.
to 2 minutes is wild.
you know what my top category was, of course. My top
Art.
watched category. Yeah. Though it says in the top 10% of art watchers.
Dude, me
Oh
too.
wow.
Actually, no, mine's
Oh,
Roblox,
nice.
actually. I'm a liar. I think. Hold on. That's in viewer, right? Let me check my viewer.
Yeah, viewer. Yeah.
Yeah, my top 10% is literally art, Roblox, and marbles. Art is number one though.
Mine is art, marbles, just chatting, Minecraft, and VR chat.
Mine
I
is
need to play
art,
Minecraft again.
Roblox, just
Oh, not in
chatting,
that order.
Sky, and marbles. Guess who my favorite streamers are? You'll never guess the top 4.
I wonder who.
Bagel my ego,
Little guy is first.
little guy.
Cheese is in second. Begel is in third. Sid is in fourth.
Who's in fourth?
Sid's in fourth.
Oh,
Begel is in third. You're in second, by the way, and then little guy's top 1.
I'm offended. I'm offended.
I watched you for 137 hours, and I sent 2,235 messages in your chat.
Now that's more impressive. You know the funny thing is, my top watch streamer is little guy.
That's so fair.
Oh no, wait. Oh no, wait. This way they do this, they do it like in a weird pattern. Sorry, he was my second. He was also my second.
Guys, I'm mod of the year. Let's go.
Mod of the
I didn't
year.
realize it was in there. Mod of the year.
Despite
many
being a mod
people
for
have
only
you
2
banned?
channels is crazy.
Yeah, how many people have you banned?
None
Hey,
actually.
Cheese, around 38% of the hours in your year are devoted to sleep if you get 9 hours every night. Cheese
I
has
don't get 9
spent
hours.
more than half of the hours in the entire year on Twitch.
That is correct.
Guess how many hours I've watched, but guess the days as well. This is so stupid.
The number of hours?
Yeah, guess how many hours?
400.
No, a little higher.
500.
Higher.
640.
Higher.
780.
A little bit lower.
740.
A little bit lower.
730.
A little bit lower.
725.
A little bit lower.
724.
A little bit lower.
723.
A little bit lower.
722.
Lower.
721.
Lower.
720.
Lower.
719.
Lower.
718.
Lower.
717.
Lower.
716.
There you go.
Hey, I got it. First try.
Totally.
Yep,
First try.
First try.
That was first try, gang.
Yeah,
First try.
yeah.
Guess how many distinct days I visited, though? This is so stupid.
80.
205.
Oh. That's still you're getting up there.
The hours are so long.
You missed 150 or 160 days of streaming? Do you understand the content that you've missed?
I've said 16.5k
Rock
in
Boy
chats.
might have grown hair during that time, and you would have missed
Oh
it.
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Nah, I think they're bald forever. They have to wear wigs.
Oh my gosh.
Got him.
Sorry.
I'm
Walking
Oh.
out, walking away, walking out of my apartment. I'm going on a whole entire stroll. I'm gonna go to the Dollar General and and then vent to the cashier about all my life issues.
Hours I streamed was like 98, but I've done a total of 43 streams.
It's not bad.
Yeah, total hours watched 292 is crazy.
I've sent 1,424 messages to little guy,
Nice.
and most of them were the word "cool."
Cool. So cool. So cool.
So
So
cool.
cool.
So
So
cool.
cool.
No, because
So
I
cool.
always go. Because I used to go in there, like whenever I go into people's streams, I like to ask them how they're doing, and and how are things going. And I asked him that, and he's like, I don't really understand your question. Like, what do you mean? How are things going? And I'm like, okay. So
Cool.
so what I did is I started going in, and every day I would ask him a different, like I would introduce myself differently to see kind of like which one he seemed to like pick up, like which one he liked the best. So every single day this year, I've messaged him or just about every time I've gone into his stream, I've asked him how he's doing, and whatever their response is, I say, "Cool."
So cool. So cool. So
Just
cool.
I was literally there for a few of them. It was like, hello? It's like, jeez.
But I mean, I've told them I'm doing this, and they know I'm doing this. So it's. But I've tested all sorts of ways of saying hello to them, and I don't know. I haven't. I really should have probably recorded them all because now I think I'm just gonna do them all again.
I don't know if I want to play Spyro or not. I paid $13. But, I'm on a Spyro addiction craze at the moment. It's okay.
From like
People-
Skylanders?
No! How dare you? How
Wait, what?
dare you? Spyro was not in Skylanders first. Spyro was his own thing first, okay?
I'm like,
Don't mix them up.
I say like.
You offend me.
Oh, well,
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
Ban. You're banned.
You
from
can't
your
ban
own
me
stream.
from my own
Get outta here.
stream. You can't ban me
You're
from
banned
my
from your
own
stream.
stream.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You're banned.
You can't ban me from my own stream.
Oh, Macaco, you're banned too. Get the hell out of here.
There's been a lot of
How dare they?
Skylanders like little like figures popping up in my line recently. But they're all from Swap Force, which is like the game like that came out right after I like stopped playing. Because I think our Wii got taken.
Oh, dude, I miss my Wii. I want to play that Alice in Wonderland game that Disney made, but I can't play because I don't even have the disc anymore. And it was
I
one
want to
of my
play
favorite
the
games.
I want to play the Wii Sports again.
Oh, Wii Sports is fun. Not the one on the Nintendo Switch though, right?
No, no,
Can't silence the
no.
law, Salem? I can, technically. I just won't be mean.
Oh, Macaco's like, I
We're
am
not
the law.
We're not the law. Crash Bandicoot is better, I will agree. Better than Skylanders for sure.
Damn.
Better than Spyro? Nah, I disagree on that one. I'm gonna have beef with El Macaco again for like the 50th time this month.
Do I need to separate your rocks?
Aren't we already separated?
Well, I can make one of you
Gotta
guys
keep them
get
separated.
stuck.
Get El Macaco stuck. Let them
We're s-
suffer. I'm gonna go back to playing where winds meet so I can shoot people in the garage.
Again!
Yeah. Maybe.
There
who
we go.
knows? I don't
Salem's
know.
stuck now. Salem's permanently stuck.
Hey,
Salem's forever stuck.
hey, you know what I can do?
No. Damn you. Damn you. I only said I liked the game only for the crossover, is the last words El Macaco said.
That's so funny. I might have murdered El Macaco, but hear me out. I killed everyone else too.
It is true.
See? I'm a genius.
Cheese, you realize there's a cheese hat now.
Oh, I gotta look.
There is a
Wait,
cheese hat.
how do I get cheese hats? I don't
Uh,
see
So
a
you
way
go to
It's
where
in
the
the
summer
stream
are,
avatars.
and then you can click stream avatars, and then it takes a minute to load. But then you can go
Well,
to hats and stuff.
I go below and I don't see stream avatars.
I do it from my phone. I can't help you, mate.
Huh. No, all I see is join the Discord, about me, donate, and
Oh, you go where the chat is. You know how you go to like the sound alerts there? It should be next to it. It's SA, like with the white S and the purple A. For stream avatars.
all the words you said are words. But how do I?
Hey! I'm like, you're banned. Get out of here.
What are you guys
I just
doing?
realized what Elma said. Elma literally got saying Elma's stinky. So stinky, even blue cheese covers its nose. Oh, God. Elma, you're banned. Shove him in the box.
Nah, cheese is in the box now.
Sad. That's fine. Just put Elma with cheese. It's okay.
How am I doing this wrong?
I feel like I don't think that would be a good
gotta-
idea.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, where's that at? Oh, I can't even go over there. That's kind of lame.
Chat?
I'm
Oh,
stuck
wait,
in
maybe
this
in
little
here?
area. Are there any more boss
I
battles I can
forgot.
do?
I forgot what.
What is that? What is that?
You
What
can't
is that?
you can't attack
Oh.
Ko-Fi Bot. They're not in the box.
That's insane. See, this is why we stick Elma in the box.
Yeah, but then they're gonna attack somebody else.
Nah,
They're trying to
it's
duel
fine.
you.
They're-
They called you Stinky.
You know who else is stinky? I'm not challenging you, Elma. You cheat. You're a cheater. I'm not. No.
Just get better.
No, Elma cheats. Elma's a cheater. And I'm also playing a game where I can shoot people in the crotch. Okay,
Oh
I'm
my
enjoying my
gosh.
life. I'm enjoying it.
You enjoy shooting people in the crotch.
I enjoy
That's
seeing people suffer.
wild.
Yes.
You're
enjoy
gonna
them
get
suffering.
canceled for that.
I
Oh
don't see a
no.
place to change the hats. Feel because
It
like usually
should
it's like below the
be.
chat. I
It's
went
at
to
the
the
bottom.
but I went below the chat. I see your rocks. I see bits. I see chat settings. Underneath the chat, I see. I'm under your stream and
Who
I'm
the heck
looking
did
at
I
all the
just?
boxes.
Who did I?
So you
Who did I make
fought
what? What did I just do? I accidentally
Elma.
accepted something. I
Oh wait, Obsidian's fighting me now. I have to accept.
What? I'm
Why?
not fighting you.
Why did I accept that, gang? I think I'm stupid. I think I
Oh
done it
Elma, I'm
stinky.
sorry, it was Elma. Sorry, it was Elma's fighting me.
I done a stinky. I done stinky.
But yeah, on a PC, I am not seeing the cheese. I don't see anywhere to change any accessories. Because usually it's below the chat here, like underneath the window. But it's not showing up.
I
And
made
then
a
I went
mistake.
into your chat and I'm looking at all the options in here. I see how to collect rocks and things like that, but do not see
I made a mistake and I blame Elma Kako for it.
stream elements anywhere.
It's all Elma's fault.
How dare Elma?
Yeah,
Let's take
how
this out.
dare
That's right.
Kako.
I can take out Elma.
Let me.
Yeah, 3 crits in a row is gonna do it. But luckily, I can just do this.
I can't believe I accidentally did something that I didn't mean to do, but you know, it's there now.
Let me look this up.
How do I go to social? I need my friend.
I mean, if you're all seeing hats, but yeah, it's just weird because there's nothing on the screen that I. Well, wait.
Oh.
Oh, did they put it here? Did they put it here? They put it in the screen.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh, they put it in the screen.
I have to hover over the chat window, and
That's
because of how you.
wild.
So I have to go in this way. Okay.
That's wild.
I was not expecting it there, but I have
I
now
wouldn't
found
expect it there either. Cheese is now orange with the cheese hat. Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I have to be a cheese
Okay, I'm back.
ball. It only makes sense.
Cheese
No,
figured
I
it
wanna be a
out.
cheese ball. I want to be a cheese ball. I'm joking. No, I don't.
I I mean,
That's
I would be a little
well,
bit
you
worried
already
walking around as a
are
cheese
because you're
ball.
orange.
Hey, I'm a cat. There's a difference.
I do appreciate.
Oh, I guess I
the
didn't mess up. That was my friend sending me this stupid thing. Okay, I guess I'm a disciple to my friend, I guess.
Who's
What's happening?
who?
Wait, Salem Cat, what's going
What?
on here?
What? I didn't do anything. What?
You literally.
I didn't touch anything. I'm playing my game.
Okay.
When did I change into a cheese?
What?
Did he force it onto me?
No.
That is a bullcrap lie. That tone told me everything.
You said you're an orange cheese cat. Fortunately, there's only room for one of us.
Fortunately, joke's on you. I changed back into a cat.
I can change it.
Don't you dare! I'm perfectly
You-
fine as I am, or else I will mass explode everyone again. Don't think I won't.
No, please don't.
Then don't change me. I like my cat. Despite
Wait, you
hating
are-
the character at the moment, but it's okay. My dog maybe or maybe not whining at me, and I have no idea why.
Why is your dog whining at you?
I don't know. You want on my bed? You're not welcome on my bed, dog. Well, don't break your legs either. No.
That's not a good idea.
I don't allow any animals on my bed. I can't really stop the cat from getting on my bed, so.
Aw.
Echo, you're gonna have trouble getting down. I'm not putting you on my bed, dog.
But they want up.
No, Grizz isn't even on my bed. You're not getting on my bed.
Bro, you're the only one that
fuck
wants
him.
in that box. You're the only one that's like, I must have the box now.
Eat. I am the official cheese.
How do I get off this damn horse? Oh, that's
Yeehaw! Okay,
how.
what
Yeehaw.
kind of ornament should this be? Like, because I've done a shiny one, I've done a glittery one, I've done a striped one.
God damn it, my friend's not even online.
Mm.
Oi! Wake up! Can we... Also, Cheese, you'll never guess what song you got me stuck into again.
Song?
Yeah. Remember Carrie?
Pink Pony Girl? Pink Pony
No.
Club?
That one don't count. I listen to that anyway. Three kobolds in a trench coat. I can't stop listening
three
to it now.
kobolds in a trench coat.
I had to
One's
listen
on
to
the
that
bottom,
like
strong as sea,
all
two's
in the
of
middle,
my road
carrying
trip
three,
that I had with my
three's
friends.
pretending
the
not
top,
to
not
be
to be three
kobolds
kobolds in a trench coat.
That controller is vibrating because everything is happening. Oh my god.
I think I can hear it. It's making
Everyone's
like a
fighting.
weird squeaking sound.
No, that's my dog actually.
Oh.
That's my dog whining at me.
Oh.
Aw.
Echo, you're fine. Fine, come here.
Oh.
What's up?
God, heavy dog. She's not heavy. She's just she's normal weight for a chihuahua. There, you happy? Oh yeah, she happy.
Hi, Assembly.
Hi,
Okay, we got
Assembly.
bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop to the top.
Wait, actually, I should not have the eyes on that layer because the eyes will be like
That's so
the things that are like gonna stay normal.
Assembly.
Wins.
My
Oh,
friend.
El Macaco
What did-
declined your duel.
Well, that just means Alma's the coward, not me. So that's on
Yo!
them.
Wrist thing, give me the bits. The bits, the bits, the bits, the bits, the bits. Oh, now Assembly's wanting to duel you.
God damn it!
Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits.
Did I spell accept right?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, well,
First,
it didn't
Elma
work.
and I must tangle. See if they get the 3 crits again.
That's funny. Where is it?
Oh, I missed. That could be fatal.
Oh.
Goodbye, cruel world. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Oh, they missed. Oh, it's going to come down to it.
I
Oh,
look
they
over
missed
and
again.
I see you guys just battling. Oh, she's won.
I almost attacked Salem Cat after. I was just like, you want to fight? You want to fight? You want to go?
What did I even do to you? Damn.
I don't know.
Bullying. This is bullying. Damn. This is harassment.
You've literally exploded me like 3 times.
Yeah,
I have
you've
no idea what you're
exploded
talking about.
everybody.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, very innocent. Very
Shh, I am
innocent.
innocent.
Mm-hmm.
I am innocent. I'm so innocent
Yeah,
that-
yeah, very innocent.
Yeah, just because
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking up different ornament styles.
Stupid people, save some of the bounties for other people. Damn.
That's not the right. That's not the right thing. Wow.
Yes, it's Naksh. Yeah, you turn out super cute.
Yep.
Oh, oh, I missed. Oh, I missed your duel. Sorry, Salem. You can send
Oh.
it again, or I can.
Okay, give me a minute. Okay.
I got it.
No, I got it.
Ah.
No, I got it. No, I got it. No, I got it.
No, I got it.
I'm never gonna hear the end of this if I beat Salem, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban you. Ban and blocked.
Oh my gosh.
You got that weird chin tail thing coming after me, so I think you're gonna get me.
The chintel is crazy. No, I got
It
both
works.
animals up.
It works when you're facing one way, but when the other way, your chin's wagging.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not turning with the character. I need to look into that.
Nah. Oh man. Oh, a miss. I missed. That could be critical.
Oh, oh.
Oh, I missed.
What is happening? I'm too busy trying to get freaking bounties.
Salem won.
Damn it! Give
I have another
I'm just
idea.
I like that. I like that I'm a block of cheese when I'm dead, though. Like.
Oh, did I win?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But
And
I
then I
have
died.
another idea. Battle Royale.
I was making.
Why are we doing a battle royale?
Because it's funny. Because it's funny. I want to see who wins.
Damn it! Everyone sucks.
You can't cheat.
You're not the boss.
Jesus
of me.
Christ.
Thank you.
Oh my god! Finally. I did it! Holy hell! Jesus Christ!
I'm in the middle of a lot of battles. I'm not gonna make it.
Honestly, me neither. I can tell I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna die.
Obsidian's got a bunch of life. Oh yeah, I'm done. Took out a couple, but
I see Salem
Got
still there.
exploded.
Ko-Fi Bot and Stream Elements are still there.
Stream Elements
That's
just took me out.
wild. That's wild.
How dare you, Stream Elements?
Oh, now the two are fighting. They're going. Oh, nope, nope. Stream Elements is going after. Oh, Stream Elements is dead. I can't read who that is, though.
Is that Naksh?
I think it might be. Let me actually open it. Oh no, it's
Wait, who won?
Kofi and Amon
Oh.
Rara that are going against
it's
each other.
Amanrara.
Go Ko-Fi bot or something.
Oh, oh, oh. Yo!
Where's our
Amon
noble?
Rara won it. They run. They run. They won the battle royale.
You got pebbles.
Let's go. I don't know why, but the pebbles, like the currency system is not working.
You get bragging rights.
Yeah, you get bragging rights.
Get some chin tail wags.
Thank you, Kofi Bot. The people's voice.
It says I streamed for 111 days.
Oh, wow.
Two out of every 7 days.
Jesus Christ, what is this battle, dog?
About right, I guess.
You found out in what did you find out in your Twitch recap? Assembly. We could have like a tree and then we could have like little snowflakes.
I win!
You've
Take that,
gifted
you little rat.
1,898. That's a lot.
Wow.
That's a
That's
lot.
incredible. Yeah, you should probably take a break from that.
Holy cow.
That is a bit
That's
of,
a
oh my
lot.
gosh.
How do I go back to the bounties? Fuck.
That's a lot.
$1,898. Now you do start to get some discounts, but we'll just say conservatively. Well, I won't say the math out loud, but 81898. Holy crap.
It's a lot. That's a lot.
Well, thank you for your support for the community. I mean, it is an amazing accomplishment. You
Wait,
have,
what just happened?
well, Assembly put in quite a bit to support the
Yeah.
community here, so.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's a
you should
lot.
probably, also pay for food.
Right.
Yeah. For sure.
And thank you for everything that you contributed.
That's a
But
lot.
that is
I'm like in shock.
I'm not gonna. I feel like I mean they put all the numbers out there, but that's a fair amount of money. So
That is. Holy cow.
it's like a year of working at retail part time.
Literally. All of Twitch, and at least 1,000 was in month-long donathons. Ah.
I will say
do.
I have done a tenth of what you have done, Assembly. But it is
Wow.
an
That is
amazing
honestly
contribution.
awesome. That is like, wow. I'm like shocked.
Very, very generous. I just hope that they have that they don't overspend their means, but I imagine they've done the math.
That's wow.
So what I do is I try to spend every penny that is put into my stream. So anytime people do donations, oh, I mean, subs or any of that stuff, I try to put that all back into the community. I try to have the stream pay for itself, or in the sense that it pays for other people's stuff. So
I really wish I could get to that point, honestly.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I have a full-time job. Money's great and all, but like, I like to put all the money back into the community that I get from it. It feels like the right thing to do.
Oh wow.
Thank you, Assembly. I appreciate you. Really, really do. Oh, but now Assembly is forklift certified, so now they can lift stacks of cash and deliver
Oh,
it
oh
to
my
to
gosh.
the bank where it belongs.
Another commission. Let's go. Holy cow. Okay. All right.
Assembly can help me with the cheese
The
heist. We're gonna go into the
cheese
grocery store.
heist.
We're gonna get pallets of cheese snacks. We're gonna pay for them, and then we're gonna drive them right out the store, and then we can use the forklift to put all those cheese snacks into my car. Never gonna see.
I have some
Yo.
random ass
They
person
literally can't
dancing
arrest
with
us
me.
for
Who
that.
are you? Like, who is this random person dancing with me? Like, you know what? Sure.
You
Be
can
my guest.
dance, you can die. I have trauma from that song, actually.
I want to play Just Dance with someone on VR chat. You know how fun that'd be?
Flies to Italy and grabs a pallet of Oh, that would be so. Oh, I love that too. I want Parmesan.
You talking my language, Assembly. Let's do it. That'd be expensive though.
It would
It'd be
be.
expensive on many regards, but it'd be so good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I want to do this dance.
You can really redo
Am I getting anything from this?
the lines.
Oh,
That way that
well,
these
there
are
goes
going to be
Echo.
on
Jumped off my
another
bed.
layer. Hey, you said that they wouldn't be able to get off. They got off.
She could get off. I was lying about that. She just can't get on. I've seen her do it though. She just doesn't want to. I'm not letting you back up here though, Echo.
My Gmo's dog Penny, like if you're talking to someone else and you don't pay attention to Penny, she will literally start screaming, and she's a Yorkie.
Oof.
I don't know if y'all have heard Yorkies like scream, but the only other time that I've heard her scream even like worse is when she's in the car. Like she will beg, like she'll literally beg to go in the car, and when she's in the car she just starts screaming.
That sounds
And
like
so we
me,
can't,
like genuinely.
like we cannot bring her on road trips or like anything in the car. Like she will start screaming.
Reach level 56? I'm not reaching level 56. You can fight me, bro. Why do I have to be level 56? I'm only a level 30 something, dog. What level
Okay, I
am
think
I?
I
I'm
got the
level
lines a little bit more
33.
straight on this one.
How do you want me to get to level 56? That's insane. You know what? Sure. I'll definitely reach out to you if I get to level 56. Yep.
Wait, I'm
My
gonna put
cat
some snowflakes
yells
in.
when we try to drive her to the vet. Like anytime she's in a car, she gets like motion sick, and she
Oh.
just
Oh.
yells, and then she gets sick. And it's I'm not going to describe the scene, but it can be
It's not pretty.
pretty bad.
Mm-mm.
So we had to get a closer vet just so that we could, so she doesn't have to deal with it. Well, luckily we found
Aw.
a vet. They're kind of, now they're a little bit more expensive than the one that we used to go to, but it's like, they were like, oh well, we could give your cat drugs and like something to help
We
them.
can give
like,
your cat
you know,
drugs.
yeah, well,
We
like
can
to
give your cat
relax and stuff. And I'm
drugs.
just like, I'm not gonna go through all that. I'm just gonna pay a little bit more to go to a closer vet.
That's so funny. We can give your
Yeah.
cat drugs. What a great way to
When
put it, Chief.
when I still had
We can give your cat
Gigi.
drugs.
Well, I mean, they were like these painkiller things that they were gonna give him just so that she could be in a car trip. And I'm like, I'm not putting my cat through that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I had Gigi still, we had to take her to the vet because one thing with Siamese cats, especially with like lynx tip Siamese, for Gigi, their teeth are really bad. And so they have to get like checked up for their teeth. Um and so like I was like, dude, Dad, we need to take her to the vet. Like she needs to go because her teeth are bothering her. And she ended up, I think before, cuz she's like the vet said that like she had some like gum problems and whatnot cuz normal Siamese cats do. Um but a little bit before she lost one of her front teeth. So in the where is it? Let me find it real quick. In the this emote, she's actually missing a tooth, one of her canine teeth. But when she was going to like when we were taking her to the vet, like all you heard, and I was like, Gigi, it's okay, Gigi, it's okay. But all you heard in the little
Poor
carrier
kid.
was, and it was like,
Oh,
oh. Because usually she always sounds so happy. Because she'll do like, she sounds like a little Pokemon. I love the sounds that she makes. She's so adorable. I miss her. I miss her so much. I need to like figure out a way to commit a cat heist and take her back.
Gang, I'm bored.
Oh no.
I don't know what to do.
that's always dangerous. Oh, oh my gosh! I'm making dinner right now, but I'm like just sitting
Uh,
here like fool. I got something I should have done here. Hold on.
Jeez.
I'm gonna get this set
Guys, it's
up.
time we ban cheese from the VC.
No.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
You said you were making dinner.
You're always wanting to
I
ban
didn't
I
even
told
know
you,
people.
I'm not letting you back up on the bed. You jumped down.
I never was on the bed. You can't prove it. Why would
If you want up, you gotta jump on your own,
I?
dog.
I stay on the floor because I look for the food scraps.
I sleep on the floor. The floor
So
is
this is
really
completely
nice.
false. I have slept on the floor before. Let me see.
The floor's comfy.
I I don't like
Jump,
sleeping on the
dog, jump.
floor.
I don't
Use
like
them
it. I mean,
legs.
sometimes you just, you're close, and you just don't make it.
It's because you're getting older, isn't it, dog? Up you go. My dog's getting older, gang.
Oh.
Oops.
That's kind of sad. I don't want her to get older.
Real. When I got my cats, I said they have to live forever. That was part of the agreement. So I'm gonna hold them to it.
Yeah, I think for me, like I'm gonna probably wait until like I'm able to get an actual house to get a cat. Cause I feel like that would be a little bit better. Cause my apartments,
I had a cat for an
holy
apartment.
cow, it's $200 for the pet deposit. It's
Oh
another
yeah.
$200 for the pet fee, plus
Mm-hmm.
an extra 20 a month for pet rent, even if it's a cat. Does not matter if it's a cat or a dog.
Yeah,
If
and
you
we
get him
and
as a new ESA, you don't have to pay anything. That's what we've been doing here. But that's
they
for
would
me.
try
I
to,
don't know if your state's different.
well, sometimes
Yeah, I
they'll
don't
charge you
have a.
per cat, so we would only ever report one cat because we're just like the chance of them seeing more, because they all kind of had the same fur pattern. It's like a tech that comes in here, they're not going to know the difference between these three cats. Two cats. That was two cats at the time. Three cats came when I got the house. That's right. All right, I have fixed my ping tuber. I am now the appropriate shape.
Oh!
Oh god. Ah, I got shot at.
Oh
And then
my
died.
gosh, it's adorable. Salem,
How
I'm
How's
gonna
does
it
that-
eat your
here?
art. I'm gonna eat your
What?
art.
What? Why? What did I do?
Don't eat. Wait, I'm standing
Yummy.
right here. Do
Num
not eat.
num.
No, no,
What?
not edible.
Why?
Oh, very much edible.
At least I don't.
Very,
I
very
don't think.
much.
I mean, not in the traditional
Num
sense.
num. Num num.
Wait, I got an announcement. Hold on, I gotta read
No,
it
hey.
from the furry creative Secret Santa.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
I'm
we
reading
should
it
start
quietly. Duh.
Should get Secret
Num
Santa
num.
information.
Num num.
Yeah, I joined the Secret Santa.
Num num.
dinner.
They had over 100 join this year,
That's
which is the largest.
wild.
Stop eating me! What are you doing?
I should probably
Salem looks
also read
tasty.
it.
Salem
I should
looks like a
probably also
cookie.
read
Go
it.
eat them.
I do kind of look like a cookie, but I don't think you want shards in your mouth, dog. Or glitter, in that fact.
Yeah, I have to look at when. I don't know when they will reach out. Right now, they, the deadline just hit. They're collecting all the things, but I can't wait to get assigned. See who
I
I
cannot
got.
be bothered to
can't either.
read all this.
Yeah, I swear, if one of you gets me, that would be so weird.
That'd be so funny.
That would be
They're like,
hilarious.
damn it, I already drew cheese
It's
twice
like,
this
yeah,
year.
it's like, can I have somebody else?
Yeah, I already drew this person twice. Can I get a new person, please? No offense. No hate.
It's real. I understand.
Oh,
I
I
did
got
put
sucked
it
up
on my
into a
description.
tornado.
I did put it on my description. I don't know if they'll take advantage of this or not, but I did put that they could basically make me any species they want. So I was like, whatever. Let's see what happens here. Let's roll the dice.
Okay, I think I might. Because I feel like this one would be more like suited to be like one of those matte ornaments. And not like one of the shiny ones.
You could, I mean,
Okay.
it could still be purple shiny.
Was I supposed to do the 25 FSSOC rough and description thing? I didn't do it.
You just slaved away drawing beans and you can't even use it as a PNG VTube model. Oh no. Oh no.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason, but you can use a lot of those things, unless it's like one of those
Did you add a
the ones where they're
background?
like the multi-part things, like where everything bounces.
You won't work at
H1
all?
won't
Or
work
it
at
won't
all.
work at all?
Well, you should
Guys, you know what?
shake a stick at it and give it a right yelling too.
Yeah.
What the heck is cookie runners?
What the heck is Cookie Run?
Isn't that a
That's
game?
what I
What's a cookie runner kingdom on Roblox? Hello? When have I ever played?
Is it one of those Dandy's World knockoffs?
Yeah, they added Silent
You
Hill
already
Cookie, and I
tried?
literally don't think they also added Stardust Cookie. I don't think they should be doing that.
They're gonna get copyright
Um,
claimed.
Yeah, literally.
Honestly, I
They're-
have no
they're gonna
clue how to
be
do
really
the shine.
bad.
I'm just like going with what feels right.
Why are they calling it Moonlight Cookie? It's not even Moonlight Cookie. It's literally Stardust Cookie, and it even says it on the side. What did they name Silent Hill Cookie? Still Silent Hill Cookie. They're gonna get in so much trouble for that. And I'm gonna be here to watch it. Like, I'm gonna be here to watch them get in trouble for doing Silent Hill Cookie and Stardust Cookie.
It'd be kind
That's
of
a new one.
funny if I like tried doing this as like one of those like the I I think Krita has it. It might have
Because
it.
we
Wait.
literally have a freaking Shadow Milk cookie ripoff. It's called Sweet Serpent Cookie. We have popcorn cookie and peanut butter cookie, which they're both cute. Popcorn cookie and I think peanut cookie are original, but the serpent cookie is literally just a Shadow Milk cookie ripoff.
Mm.
Wish I were lying, man. That's insane that they did that. Okay, whatever you do, you I guess, man. But don't let me be a part of it.
What does this do? Nothing. Inner glow.
I'm gonna do the unthinkable and hop on Fortnite.
You're gonna play Fortnite? Oh gosh.
I said I was doing the unthinkable, and I did. You'd be surprised. I don't play it as often as you think I do.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that like that. And then
Oh my gosh, Willow's in Secret Santa this year? Oh, that's awesome.
yeah. You can't use wait, you can't find a good software to use? Have you tried using because you're wanting to make a PNG tuber, it looks like. Um have you tried
And,
using just PNG tube remix? Oh, assembly?
and, and then Veto Tube too. Oh, that's basic one. Oh, assembly guys.
Oh. Oh dang. That's a lot more for you paid a lot more for that ornament. Holy cow. Thank you, assembly.
They really wanted that ornament. What
They
can I say,
really
man?
wanted the ornament. Yay. I like how the Chris like the not Christmas stream. It's not even Christmas yet. The holiday art stream is now gonna be me making a bunch of ornaments. You do that with Bagel when you calm them. Ah. Honestly, I feel like this is like good timing too because I realized that like bills and I didn't put aside enough teehee because I
Oh,
was being a silly goofy goober.
I try to pay extra for commissions because I have a complex character.
I'm gonna be honest, your character has been the easiest
No, no,
character.
no, no. I have a complex character.
No, you
I
did
got
not.
I got spots
Mm-hmm.
and a very complex personality
Mm-hmm.
that I
Mm-hmm.
have to charge extra.
I think yours was the least complex one I've done.
How dare.
Honestly, it was a lot of fun though. I love doing commissions. First time opening
I think the
commissions and I'm
most
like, I like this.
I think the most complex thing you've ever done was my freaking bird guy. I feel like that'd be the most complex from what I've
That
seen.
one I would have charged you extra for.
I got it
I'm
for
just,
free, so it doesn't matter.
no, it's always for free.
I got it for free from Sid.
Wait, what?
That was
Free worm.
Oh yeah.
The bird worm.
Oh yeah.
I
no,
got it free. Free of
the worms.
charge.
I feel like I don't feel like I did a great job on it, but I'm glad that I inspired them to do a whole series of them because because I'm just like I don't know what to do with this. Like I've never drawn a worm before, and the only thing I knew is it had to be drawn with legs, and that has spawned a whole thing. So
So the reindeer cheese is from Salem. Salem drew that one.
Salem drew this for me while I had a commission with them. They decided to just do this as
I
extra.
literally did. Hey, I
So
can do both. It's okay. I did both anyways. Well,
you
I
should
thought Sid was gonna. Well, you said, "Oh, look, it looks more like a reindeer" when you were commenting on Sid's uh, giraffe. So I was like, you know what? I'll make
giraffe
cheese a
was pretty
reindeer,
hilarious.
and then I did.
I
We're gonna
really
ignore
appreciate it.
that
I'm
I
gonna
like
use
tried speed running that and like missed a like one of the spot colors.
And then there was just
you're
me.
all good. You're all good. It was a abstract. We're gonna put it down there as giraffe. I've been turned into a giraffe. But yeah, you should put. Well, I don't know if you could make this into a template. I I don't know. I feel like
I have a.
Salem's not the type of person that wants a template for anything. They just like to redraw everything over and over again.
Slammy.
Because but
I literally have a thing called reindeer PNG for my commissions. So it's like I'll do it just in case.
they got reindeer Pinktuber as a commission. Now
Yeah.
I'm gonna advertise this everywhere.
Oh my god, I shouldn't have said anything.
Give everybody money. Give Salem money. Give
Yeah.
cheese money. Give
No,
big.
don't give me money.
Give
But they
everybody.
have
Okay, fine. Fine. Everyone's scaring me. Okay, give me a minute. Dang, I'm scared. People are scaring
scared?
me, chat.
No.
Yeah,
But
I'm scared of people.
Salem is raising money so that they can buy a nice gift for their mother for the holidays.
I like looked
Yeah.
at the prices and the sale is off now, so it'd be even more, and I just gave up on that. But I did buy my mom some. So
That doesn't mean we can't still raise money for you to get a gift for your mom.
Yeah.
true. Me and my mom are gonna go to the movie next Tuesday.
Ooh, a movie.
We're gonna watch FNAF 2.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I'm paying
Me
for it, so
and
it's okay.
so one of my friends is like he bought 10 tickets and he was like, "Do you guys all want to go?" And like we were all like, "Yeah, of course." And so at 10:50 p.m. we're going to be seeing the FNAF movie on the 5th.
Heck yeah, it's gonna be so crowded, dog. Dude,
I
if I
really
hear
want
even a
to
little child start speaking, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
I need to see if I
$15
can
for a reindeer? Oh my gosh. No,
Oh, that's for the
wait.
headshot.
Oh, for the headshot. Okay, good. You scared me.
I really want to
There's
like
different
I want to
options.
dress up as Moon again, but
I got a text.
I also want to be Sun, but Sun's costume has
Oh, I popped my back.
oh no.
It's
Sun's
okay.
costume
Popping
has
back is
jingly
good.
bells and I cannot bring jingle bells to a
Oh,
movie
so
theater.
that's the bot. I got scared by the bot.
The bot.
Yeah. Who is this person?
I think this ornament has been done. Woo. Look at those little eyes. Wait, where's the pupils? They need pupils.
Oh, this is the only reference I get. Okay, no,
Everybody...
I can manage that. I can manage that.
Oh, okay. For a moment, Naksha's eyes look like eggs. Like
Literally,
a fried
that's so
egg.
funny. You know what I could do right now? Deviled eggs. Those things are so good.
I should have taken more. I should have taken more left, like, because there was a lot left over, but they were like kind of not portioning, but like they did the like, because they have a habit of doing things, and I'm like, for me, because they absolutely adore me for some reason. I don't know how, but it's my great grandpa's wife's family, and they're like, "Do you want anything else?" And I was kind of like gonna try to get my own leftovers, but they didn't really let me.
Oh, they didn't make one. Fudge. Did they?
And they only like I only got like 2 deviled eggs, and I'm so sad about that. I
Oh,
I
wait.
wanted a lot more.
Salem Assembly did have a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah. It's in chat. Do you want me to read it
It's
out
just
for
a
you?
full body. I got it. I read it. It's just gonna be a full body.
Ow.
You're not getting the headshot with it. So, without the add-on, it's just gonna be the headshot, and then I should have done it differently, but you know, it's all right.
You didn't eat. Oh, you were sick.
Aww. My
Oh.
Thanksgiving was pizza.
I found out apparently we're doing another Thanksgiving because my gym was on a cruise for Thanksgiving. And so she's gonna do her own Thanksgiving on Friday. Thank you, Gababot!
Thank you, Kofi Bot. Okay. Well, at least I know who my Secret Santa is, so I'm all good. I
Wait, you
got
know
it.
who your
Saved the reference.
Wait, you know who your Secret
Yeah.
Santa is? Wait, did you get sent
Wait,
it
no.
already?
No, I lied. Wait, I know who I'm giving the gift to. That's what I meant. Sorry, I'm confused. As much as I love Secret Santa, I always get everything mixed up.
Wait, you got assigned a person to draw for Secret Santa?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. I already got mine.
Wait a minute. Did I get mine too?
I got mine.
If you did, it's from Rudolph. Literally.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's in
Rudolph.
DMs.
Yeah.
Rudolph the
Oh, I got
red-nosed
somebody.
reindeer.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's see.
I wasn't
I'm not gonna.
expecting.
I can't. You can't say
So
who it is
excited.
now.
I know.
I know, I
Let's
feel
see.
that. I want to say it so badly.
I also want to say it so badly, but I'm streaming.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely know who this is. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's all I can say.
Oh my gosh, I know who this is. Oh my gosh, I know who this is. That's so funny. I love that.
I
Interesting.
don't think I know
Gosh, I
who
know
this
this. This is their first person. This is their first time doing Secret Santa, and they were excited about it. Oh man, I'm gonna have to
I
step
think I
up.
know who it is. Can I text you who it is? Can I text you who I think it is?
If you want to privately tell me,
Yeah.
if you otherwise if you explode, then fine. I won't tell
Don't
anybody.
explode. Don't explode.
Okay, I texted you. Jeez.
Wait, are you asked? Is that a question?
Yeah?
The answer is no.
Damn it! Was I close?
No.
Darn. I don't really know anyone who is like doing first year other than that one person. Oh, I guess a few others, but ooh, I like that. Would that work for Miku? Nah, I like the lanterns better.
I'm so excited to start working on the Secret Santa too.
Me too. I'll probably do mine after I do the other stuff. Oh my gosh. Bagel, stop leaving at work and going back to work. You're scaring me. I keep getting notifications like, Bagel
Do you
has
have
left
them on
work.
Life
Bagel
360?
is at work. No, I just have Bagel on an app that like me and Bagel have been using widgetable or whatever. And we have been just sharing our location. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
So I just get the notification of Bagel going, Pickle has left company.
Gremlin
Bagel
gremlin
has entered
noises.
company.
Okay, now somebody messaged me and said that that was their #1 stream that they watched. Now I kind of want to know. I want to know if I was anybody else's.
Oh my god, I overfed the shark.
Oh no.
Well, that was a mistake.
Oh, Someone assembly did a ding. They said
Assembly did do a thing. I got the email for it.
that's very. Did they get a
Thank you,
deer?
Assembly. Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Oh, I'm so happy with this reindeer.
It was really fun. Like I drew my own reindeer OC, and I love it. Then I'm like, I need to draw more reindeers.
I'm looking real quick to see if they have theirs.
Honestly, Salem did a really great job with them, so I'm really glad you're getting another one.
Oh dang! I pressed a thing. I pressed a thing. I pressed a thing.
Oh.
You're gonna have to buy your
Okay.
mama something nice now.
Oh. Oh, you still can't find a good PNG suit tuber software. I use
That's real.
PNG Tube Remix. There's also is it VitoTube or VatoTube?
Veto. I
VitoTube.
think.
Like they have a free option. Yeah, there's a VitoTube Mini.
There we go. But it was downloaded, so I can send it to myself and do it for my laptop. Wait, how many more commissions do I have to do again? I forgot. I think I'm back at 4. Like, I think I'm back at 4. Because I just did cheeses. Then I have Traeger, Lucky Whelp, Box Lord, and then now I have Assembly. Oh my god.
I think I'll do the ornaments first and then move
Where's
over.
PayPal? Where's my PayPal? There's PayPal. Found it. Oh my god, bad romance. Hell yeah, always. Oh my god, and those hips don't lie. Slay Shakira. Shakira.
But it has the full image of paint, so oh. Oh. Shakira. I thought you were about to do.
How dare you? Megalovania is not even on Fortnite, okay? Oh my god, imagine they added Undertale on
Oh
Fortnite.
gosh.
Oh god, that'd be so bad.
Sans.
Sans on Fortnite, that'd be so
Sans
funny.
on Fortnite.
Assembly's gonna make a really good
You're
reindeer.
bright green, so most softwares try to delete you. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. What if
Well,
Assembly had a like a bright green nose that led the way for Santa?
I could do that. I could do that.
A glowing radiation glowing nose to lead
Oh my.
Santa. Although I guess the horns could or the antlers would work too.
The antlers do glow, doesn't it? Hold on, I gotta look at this ref.
I need to grab the ref for the ornament.
The raffle winner?
The what?
I know you said ref. I was just
The
messing
ref.
with you. Sounded like you said raffle though.
A waffle.
The waffle. Oh yeah, assembly. Would you like the antlers to be rounded or sharp like the ones in the ref sheet?
You did not attach your ref, by the way.
No, you did.
Not to mine,
Oh.
not to mine.
Well, for me. Rip. Imagine L. I can give you the ref. I have it.
Okay. Oh, did you see about the Bobette plush?
There's a Bobette plush coming
There's
out.
there's a Bobette plush now.
I didn't know that. I want a Bobette plush. Is it cute?
It is.
Hold on.
It is.
Hold on. Hold on. It's on the Blush Crunch server, right?
Yes, it's in behind the Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Please send it. Please send it.
I can send it. It's just taking me a minute. Discord's being really laggy. My phone is being absolute shit. I need a new phone, gang. Like, actually, I might save up for a new phone. You don't understand how crappy my phone is, dog. It lags too often. It's not good. Excuse me.
Why is your, like, status, this homeless man won't leave, so I'm spraying him with dirty brown water? Why is that? What?
This homeless man won't leave, so I'm spraying
Okay,
him
I've
with that
gotten it.
brown, dirty water.
Oh, was that a Smiling Friends reference?
Yeah.
Ah.
This homeless man won't leave. Bring him with brown, dirty water. That's my favorite line. I never even seen the gush. Oh, the Bobette plush. I thought you meant an actual plushie I can buy from the gushing store. Not,
Yeah,
not the
there
models.
is.
No, there's not.
Look at, okay, if you look in the Discord, in my Discord, they've sent it. It's above the, little, like, plush.
Was it in server news?
I think so.
Change logs. It's not
As for
in
the
change logs. It's not in
antlers,
server news.
be a little bit pointy as you like them being crystal-like. Okay, okay. The mouth won't open. Oh no.
Well, now I gotta switch back over to
Okay.
your. Well, my actual account, so I can look at your server. I only saw like the model Bobette plush, like the model, not like an actual plushie.
Yeah, there's an actual plushie now. It comes out soon though.
Is it in socials?
I think it's in
Where is it
photos.
in
I think
your
it's in
server?
photos.
Photos.
I forgot that I put Bad Apple into my playlist.
Oh my god, I see. Okay, it was on.
Yeah.
Could have said it was on TikTok.
Well, that
That's
too.
so
That too.
cute. I love Bobette. Bobette's great, gang. Oh, they need to add a coal plush because then
Now
it
I'm
fits perfectly.
thinking. Okay.
As for the antlers, I like to be a little pointy.
Oh,
Yeah, I got you.
add. Oh no.
I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I can
Oh
do that.
no. How should I make their tail into the little...
You don't.
Yeah, but I have it to where their tails are the little
Then what you
like...
could do is like make it like a small kind of tail, but like make it curl. Like see how I did with Cheese when he talks? It kind of curls. You could do that.
Yeah.
Talk, 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 talk.
Hi.
Talk. Let me log in with my fingerprint. Why is my phone being so slow, gang? Sign me in, damn it.
What texture of ornament like do you want to be? Do you want to be like glittery? Do you want to be? I tried asking. You didn't.
You didn't ask me.
respond.
You literally
I did.
was like, "Hey, what character do you want?" And then you never asked me if I wanted to be glitter or anything. And you just
I
turned me into
literally
glitter. I'm like,
asked.
okay.
I literally asked you. You
No,
said
you
you didn't want to
didn't.
be shiny. You said you didn't want to be shiny. That's all you said.
Sometimes.
Hold on. Where is this?
Sometimes
We literally
you just have
like
to-
we were
to
talking
exist
in the
the way that
stream.
you're meant to.
Oh, I thought you meant in DMs. I'm like, where is this at? You're lying to me. I'm being lied to. I was like, I'm being lied to right now. That's insane.
Welcome
I can't believe
back.
I'm being lied to right now.
Yeah, I'm not lying to you. You literally like said you just didn't want to be shiny. And so I was like, okay, glittery isn't shiny. Cuz it's technically a different texture. But what
You could have
texture
made me like those matte ones. You didn't even ask me. Okay. What if I wanted a matte finish? Damn.
I literally asked you
No, you
what
didn't.
texture and you didn't say anything. And I was like, "Okay, I'll do glittery," and
I
you
don't
didn't
remember
say
this.
anything.
I don't remember this game. I'm being lied to right now.
I think for this to actually be able to like hang up on the tree, I'll have to like add like a little tiny like bit of a curve right there. But what texture assembly do you want for your deer? Do you want it to be like glittery where wait, where is it? So there, I found a glitter pen. So you can be glittery and you can like sparkle. You can be like you can
Oops,
be
wrong button.
just normal, I guess. You can have like you want sparkles, so glittery. There's also like the what I have been kind of doing. Okay.
I'm glad you find the pile of clothes on my bed comfortable. Let go.
Okay.
Me could write a bad romance. I want
We're
your
on that one.
and you and me.
Glittery feels a little more funny.
What?
I like that I found the glitter pens because there's 3 different types. Like there's like the extra glitter, which is just super bright. There's the one in the middle
Oh, I
where it's
clicked
like a little
that.
bit darker. And then there's this one which is like the normal one. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, there's like 3 different types of glitter pens that they have. I'm glad that I found this little like glitter pen. It's so fun. That's what I did Salem's in.
Can't believe I got turned into a glitter ornament.
What was I doing?
The
Okay,
one
you
thing I
can't
despise,
just
glitter,
be-
and I'm a glitter ornament. So funny.
You're like Mr. Scrooge. Why did I say
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Scrooge? You're like Mr. Scrooge.
Who's excuse me?
You hate
I think you're
everything.
thinking of the troll, dog, not not Mr. Scrooge. Excuse you? But you're loving
Just trying to think of like one that's like deer wanders into the forest and falls into a drum of glitter. Basically.
Wait, who's a deer?
Assembly.
Assembly's gonna get glitterified?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. No, then I won't be the only glitter animal. Well, I'm technically a dragon at the moment, but it's okay.
I like that we both
You won't
have
see me
like
liking.
we both have like dragon characters now.
I love Eastern Dragon. I have a lot of Eastern Dragon OCs. I have like 3 or 4. And I love them very much. I don't like the regular dragons like with wings or anything. I like Eastern Dragons. They make me really happy. And I want your revenge.
I think you might have been the one that got that stuck in my head because every time I'm going like home from work, I'll be like, I don't wanna be friends. What's your bad romance?
I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends.
Anyway, I'll be right back. I just need to make sure everybody's fed, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I haven't been fed cheese. Feed me.
I mean, it'll be a bit of a trip, but yeah, I gotta cheese delivery service.
Cheese delivery service.
Yo, let's go. Cheese delivery service. How much am I paying?
So for the ornaments, it's either like because I'm probably gonna have a couple of like art raffles in December. Um, if you don't win like a raffle, but you still want an ornament, there is the like did I not post there is like the way that you can get it on Ko-fi? They're like they're about $3. I also have it to where like it's like a pay what you want, I guess. If you want to like support me more and whatnot, you guys can.
Bum, ba-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-dun, dun, 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 da-da-da-da-da. Dun, da-da-da-da-dun, dun, da-da-dun, dun, dun, dun,
We are number
da-da-da-da-da.
one.
Hey! Now listen closely. Here's a little lesson in trickery. Good song.
Honestly, yeah.
Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dun, dun, 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 dun. Oh no. They're corona like it's a funeral.
You'll have you'll have an ornament for the profiles. It's so it's so fun, but also wild that I'm like starting to see my art like I like that side, honestly. My art as people's like profile pictures, and I'm like, oh my gosh!
There's so cleverly, so dangerously. Oh, talk to me, baby.
Holy crap! I haven't seen that. I haven't heard that song in forever.
Oh yeah. I keep on whooping with the cake by the ocean. Walk to me, baby. What are you doing? Crazy. I keep on hoping with the cake by the ocean.
You're listening to like that's Maroon 5, right?
Huh?
That's Maroon 5, right?
No.
Who sung that?
I don't know, but dance. DNCE.
Oh.
Masterpiece, and we sound like a piece. The fact he thought it was Maroon 5 is crazy, dog. We're so carefully.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. Dang.
Talk to me, baby.
They sung one of like the at least one of the songs that I like really liked in childhood.
Yeah, I keep on hoping with the cake by the ocean. Walk with me, baby.
Again.
I keep on hoping with the cake by the ocean.
I will murder Vox if I have to. Don't you forget reprise. Get out of my head. Don't you forget. You're on my string. We're actually gonna.
Don't you forget.
Oh. Yeah.
Talk to me, babe.
Here's another one to get stuck in your head.
Nah, that's love in a bottle for me, dog. I keep on hoping with the
new management in charge, like you and me. Once we get up there and snag that angelic phone, our unholy trinity could make the realm our own. We'll pack up all their fighting and redecorate, but our tower would look powerful with pearlier gates. Once we get up there, up to the promised land, 100 billion souls, every command. We're the biggest fish in hell. How about we upgrade the bowl? It's time for growth. It's take total control.
You are suffering on the song, dog.
I am. I feel like my speech is getting so much worse recently. Genuinely, my
Good.
speech is like getting so much worse. And I don't
Yeah,
know
I feel that.
why.
I can't really read anymore. It's getting really hard for my eyesight, but it's okay. I can
To
still
make
read. It's
those
just harder to read
God
far
wants
away.
pay. And once we're
Oh my god,
gods,
guys, it's
I
Call Me
can't
Maybe.
wait to say.
Through a wish
When you
and a
doubted me,
will.
your doubting days are done.
Never
You'll be
tell.
cornered, trapped, and tortured. Then I'll end you just for fun. Once
so
we
far
get
away,
up
isn't that for a
there, the
kiss?
shining
Wasn't
kingdom
for
of God.
an iron
No more
mark.
penny squabbles with
Your
the
stare was
dead as we
only
stroll
riches,
the
skin
golden
was showing
promenade.
at my
Yeah.
Where do
You
think
can't
you're
you
going,
can't hate
baby?
Velvet.
Hey, I just met
Honestly,
you,
out of the V's, I
and
feel
this
like
is
she's the like
crazy. But here's my
best.
number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby. But here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey,
Yeah, cause for me, I have to read
and
like
this is
with the
crazy.
lyrics.
But here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but
She's
here's
a
my
woman.
number, so call me maybe. Took no time with the call, time with the fall. You give me at all.
This is
And still
reminding me
you're
of the
in
like
my
that
way.
one meme where it's like the one person that's singing "Call Me Maybe." I threw like while playing the horror games. I threw a wish in the well.
Skin was showing hot night when we're blowing. Where you think you're going,
Going,
baby?
baby.
Hey,
Hey, I just met you,
and this
and
is
this is
crazy.
crazy.
But
But
here's
here's
my
my
number,
number,
so
so
call
call
me
me
maybe.
maybe.
And it's
And
hard to
all
look
the
right
mm,
at you, baby.
baby,
But here's my
here's my
number,
number,
so
and
call me
call me
maybe.
maybe.
Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me. But
But
here's my
here's my
number,
number,
so
so
call me
call me
maybe.
maybe.
Oh, you've been to me
I
so
missed you
bad.
so
I
bad.
missed
I
you
missed you
so
so
bad.
bad.
I
I
missed you
missed you
so,
so,
so
so
bad.
bad
Oh,
before
you
you
came
came
into
into
my
my
life.
life.
I
I
missed
missed
you
you
so
so
bad.
bad.
I
I
missed you
wish you
so
know
that. I missed you so, so bad.
so bad.
I gotta lock in. I haven't missed a single note yet. I'm jinxed myself. I can feel it. It's okay. It's hard to look right at you, baby. But here's my number. So call. I missed a note. I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number. So call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me. But here's my number. So call me maybe. Now you came into my life so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so, so
bad.
bad.
Before
You
you
came
came
into
into
my
my
life. I
life.
missed you
Missed
so
you so
bad.
bad.
And
I
you
wish
should
you
know.
know that.
So call me maybe. Yes! All gold stars. I'm so good.
Are you
I'm so pro,
singing
guys.
on Smoola?
No, I'm playing Fortnite.
Oh.
I'm doing the festival. It's the only one I will actually do because I don't like fighting.
Oh.
I like how the freaking I like how Beans is like, I can't hate Velvet guys. She's a woman. She's kind of hot and she's a woman. The whole argument is just she's a woman.
She's a woman.
I'm here for that, I guess. Play. She's a woman.
Can you blame them?
No, I do like Velvet more than out of all the V's. I won't lie.
Yeah, I feel like Velvet's the
I still
least
hate her, but
bad.
she's not. Yeah, like I don't hate her as much. Like
Like she's
the
just
worst I hate is Val.
yeah.
Actually, no, I think the most I hate is probably Vox at this point.
Yes, after seeing season 2, I hate Vox.
Actually. Yeah.
I just spilled my drink all over me.
I'm so proud of you. No fighting. No fighting. Oh, I missed a note already. Song just started. Shakira, Shakira. Really know you can dance like this. You see Spanish. Benita. Shakira, Shakira. Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you So be wise and keep on reading the size of my body. I'm on tonight. Don't lie, I'm starting to feel the attraction, the tension. Oh, you see, baby, this is perfection. The guy I can see it. I don't have any idea. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm missing every note. Well,
Oh no.
Sakura, I'm not doing you well. I'm not doing you justice. Like this. I lost my rhythm after Call Me Maybe. Shakira, Shakira. Maybe when you talk like that, I'll be wise. Keep on reading the sign. I'm on tonight.
Who don't wanna
Trying
be
to
a
feel
long
it right.
human anyway?
See, baby,
It's
this
all these
is
cruel machines.
don't lie, trying to feel it attraction, attention. I see, baby, this is perfection. Boy, I can see your body move. Will plan. I gotta lock in. I'm not locking in. I immediately.
Thank you, Go
Thanks, Kofi Bot. Be wise. Keep on reading the signs of my I'm just gonna follow the rest of this song and not care that I failed it.
Oh.
Me no speak Espanol.
Despite the fact that I do in fact have like a deer humanoid character that has like antlers, I'm struggling on these antlers.
It's fine. I struggle on horns, but I don't struggle on antlers as much as you think I do.
I'm the opposite. I struggle on antlers and not horns. But at the same time, like her antlers are more like softer.
Not pointy, rounded.
Yeah, they're rounded.
Yeah, well, that's because Assembly's antlers are crystal.
Yeah.
I didn't
But I
mean
still
I'm so
struggle on
fire.
like doing hers.
Hmm.
Like I'm like sitting
Yeah.
there, I'm like that one meme where the dude's like coding and like he's like
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
You know exactly the one I'm talking about too.
Yeah. I want them to bring back 2D from Gorillas on Fortnite. Fortnite, why does it matter if I play more or less of freaking Fortnite?
Theirs are definitely mirrored, so there's no like difference
I'm
between
hopping off
horns.
Fortnite. I'm going back on Roblox.
So I'll go with that. Oh, I found out something really funny that like on Krita. If you pressed it, like if you hold down control and you like move it around, it's like you're moving it around like you can spin it.
Where's the hitch ride on the thing? I want to play that.
I haven't played Hitch a Ride in forever. Like, it's been a while. Won't you stay?
It is called Hitch a Ride, right?
Yeah. Or like Hitch a Hike or something.
Oh yeah, Hitch a Hike. It's such a hike. We
Ah.
were close. That's all that matters.
Hey, we were very close.
Oh my god, I forgot that I was shot of the head. Fuck you. No, this is my spot.
Oh my.
Damn, Assembly's fucking deer is caked.
Did you just look at it?
Yeah, I just looked. I just noticed. I was like, oh, I was looking at his face, and I look, and I'm like, oh damn, Assembly got some cake. Dude, stop wheezing. Stop dying. Holy hell. Holy shit. Bro's fucking dying.
I forgot that it actually picked up those. I don't have like noise for that. I don't. I don't really have noise suppression on my on my thing.
So I just
that
hear you
caught that.
dying. You're like, you good? You
You
making
making
tea
tea
there?
there?
Yeah, you making tea?
Honestly,
I need a red.
making the
Let me
teapot
on.
noises are very
Let me
easy for
sit.
me.
Let me sit on the pizza boxes. Oh, there we go. That works, I guess. Oh.
Wait.
We should play Hitch a Ride Hike sometime. Soul powered lantern. Your spirit guide of the living orb.
Wait, that's how you do whistle notes. Wait, that's how you can do whistle notes.
What the hell? What the fuck?
You just breathe in.
Get away from me! Get away from me! Get off me! Get off me!
Oh,
Police,
oh,
help!
you're dying.
Police, you don't see shit. Get off me! There's a dead body attached to me, officer! It's not my fault! It's not my fault! Ah! There's a guy screaming at me! He attacked me first, officer! This is bullshit. Now I'm in jail.
You remember
Officer,
whenever there
I'd
was
like
like
to
that,
state
like
that it's not my fault.
you
Ow,
remember when there
ow.
was the bug where like it literally sent me like miles away. It sent me so far away.
Yeah, I'm gonna lockpick this fucking thing. Hey, I'm free! Oh, I didn't pick the lock, officer. Ah! Ah!
Yeah, they shoot you for no reason.
Ah! Run! Run me! Run, mijo! Run! Oh, I'm okay. Oh god, the police are chasing me! Ah! Ow! I gotta run over!
Put my headphones on at the exact moment they started screaming.
You missed
Ah!
you missed the teapot noises I was making.
Oh,
Get away from me!
I did. Oh, I heard something, and then it sounded
Go!
fine. and I
Go!
put my headphones on.
Go! Go! Drive! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Ow! Oh my god. Get away from me! Get away
I
from me!
think bro
Get away
might
from
be
me!
in a pickle.
But how do you really feel, Salem?
What is that? I got some bones. That's good. I think. Get away from me!
Damn, 7'3".
Let me on.
That's
Thank
how tall
you.
they are.
How tall? Oh,
7'3".
Damn. I'm okay with that. Ow! My bone!
Did you just say ow your balls?
I said bones. Hello? Excuse me? I don't have none of those, actually, so I can't say that. I need health. Low-key.
Hi again.
More bones. Hell yeah. Slurp.
Your bones,
I'm
a
walking
bone
backward.
shaped.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, I obviously not.
I don't know if
Gas.
mine are.
Yo, a limo?
Yeah, this is
Oh my god, I
the
gotta ride in a
one I
limo.
ended up doing
Guys,
for
I'm in a
you,
limo.
Nash.
It's a dream come true.
Ash, you're an ornament.
Nash.
I'm having a party in this limo with these 3 guys wearing sunglasses. Please don't kill me. I don't have enough health.
We got we got the eyes. We got little snowflakes on the ears.
What the hell?
Yes.
I got another
Yes.
freaking
My
commission.
so
Oh,
for
thank
the you got
you.
another concussion?
It's a commission. Concussion? Where did I get a concussion from
What?
anyways in the first place? Where did you get concussion from? I said commission.
I thought you said concussion.
Aliens! Oh my god, don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
So my idea for like how they hung up is by their tails. So like wait, I'm gonna do the brighter green. So like the tree
Should I
would
go
go
attack
like
the aliens?
this way. And so like
Okay,
the
should
tail
I
would be
attack
hanging
them?
on like that.
I'm gonna go attack the aliens. Take me alive! You'll never take me alive!
And
Die!
then for
Die!
assemblies.
Die! I will not be mutilated today! Oh shit. They're shooting each other now.
Since
Hello?
Since assembly has like a very short tail, I was like, okay, I'm gonna add like a little tiny bit right here. Just so that it's like long enough to actually be able to hook onto a tree. So that, like the tree would be able to be like
Die, aliens!
that.
Die! You will feel my wrath. Oh shit, I died to these aliens actually.
Oh.
Die! Die!
So like that's
I
like
will
the
not be
idea
murdered.
behind like how the ornaments hang.
Can I have their guns?
And I think
You can
probably
you can mute stream temporarily, or you can mute us temporarily if you need to.
Yeah.
You can hit deafen.
Oh hey, a band-aid. Could I go on the alien ship? Can I be an
It's okay,
alien?
honestly, I'm like
Ah!
listening to you go, die, aliens, die. Bro's literally
I'm fighting aliens. Thank you for your bones. Can I go on the ship? Oh, I got a stop sign. Aw, I can't go on the
Yeah, I
alien
think at
spaceship.
the end of the month, like depending on how many ornaments I get, I might like make like a little
Band-Aid.
tree. I might
What the fuck? Get off me! Get off me! You bitch! Get off me! Where'd he go?
I have a tiny little tree and I might actually see if I can go to like Walgreens to like print them out
Oh, that'd be so cool.
and then like cut them out and try to
I'm
stick
not
them on a
purchasing
tree.
Gun.
I feel like that would be fun to do. Just get all of the little ornaments.
I want to go on the alien spaceship. I want to fly. Man, I killed the aliens and I got nothing from it.
I
Lame.
believe I can fly.
I got nothing from killing these goddamn aliens. SMH. I wasted my time on aliens. Can't believe this. I found the route again though.
I feel
Is that a
like
ghost
that's
card?
a good. I feel like that's actually good sketch, maybe. All but flight.
What the fuck? Am I going backwards or forwards? Okay, no, I'm going forwards.
No, I think you're going backwards.
Shut up! I'm going forwards.
I think you're going backwards.
In your dreams, I am. Is that a police car? No, that's a clown car. We don't wave those down. I mean, because I'll die.
Okay, I feel like this is the time to. Oh, wait, I need to save this. I was like, wait a minute, I need to save that.
Fuck you. Is that a building? Please don't be a cop car. Okay, well, let's.
You remember, Sam, we can't actually see your stream, so you're basically just cussing out their chat.
Exactly. I'm also doing that. Trust. Trust me. I'm also doing that. Don't worry. I'm joking. I would never.
Jeez, Salem,
let's
I can't
see.
believe you.
Oh, I'm gonna draw 2 characters actually. Hell yeah. Ooh, another band-aid. Ooh,
Another
a med kit.
band-aid. Ooh, med kit.
Guys, I got heals. I feel like something bad's gonna happen. I can feel it in my nuggets. If you know the reference, you know the reference.
Also, Obsidian, I want to say you seem to have the least amount of trouble with my antlers. Any artist, really? I was sitting here struggling. I was like, huh, I'm struggling on these antlers. How I've had the least. That's actually I'm actually kind of
I
surprised.
honestly I struggle with antlers a little bit because I
But
always have to.
I
I
do
try to
have
do
a
the
character.
perspective.
Yeah, it's the perspective
Right.
for you. Otherwise, you're pretty much fine. I
Yeah,
gotta
because
fight
I
the
have a
robot.
character
You're gonna
that's got
die
like
by my paw.
more softer antlers.
Hiya!
I'm honestly kind of tempted to
Come
have
at
her
me.
have like more moose-like antlers though.
Oh my god! Stop shooting at me! Die to the stop sign.
That of the stop sign.
Thank you for dying to the stop sign. Yes, I killed it with a stop sign. What about it?
The artist for your reference update
Alien!
struggled for
Alien!
2 days.
No! I wanted to ride in an. I wanted to.
Wow.
Another hitchhiker. Should I kill him? I'm gonna kill them with the stop sign.
Jeez.
Oh shit. No, no, you are gonna lock me up. I refuse. I didn't have a weapon out. Fuck you. I put it away before you saw me, you little
Hey,
bitch.
sometimes
Fuck
the
you.
cops just do that to do that. They have
Fuck
police.
you. I didn't do shit.
They have police corruption in there.
Fuck
Salem's
you.
playing a game called Hitch a Hike on Roblox. It's basically they try to
Eat shit and die.
Cosmic, you changed your name. Holy crap. you were saying something about that though.
I'm so rich.
Cosmo, the cosmic
Flying.
protomoth.
Ow! Ah! Ah! Ah!
I think Salem just
Owie.
died.
Ah! Ah! Staying alive. Staying alive. Ah! 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 Staying alive. Staying
But yeah, it's
alive.
basically a game where you
Ah,
have to get to a certain like
Ow.
distance,
Stop shooting me.
and there's a bunch like to get faster, like to get further faster, you have to like hitch hike basically. And
Ow.
sometimes like there's bad things that happen in the game, so like some cars might swerve at you, try to hit you. There's also like some that will just straight up shoot at you. Hear
Ow.
my hope.
Ah!
And so as you
Ow.
can hear,
I heard there's
Salem
like a
is just
two-player
getting
game.
jumped.
There's like
Ow.
a two-player game where you sit in the back seat and try to direct the person driving, which is like a grandma.
Ow.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that seems like so much fun.
Yeah.
Ah! Stop shooting
I
at
wanna
me, you
try that
damn
sometime.
miner. Not an actual miner, but the ones that mine in caves. Leave me alone!
You're not
Why is
getting
there
your
another
gold
spaceship?
today, miner.
Oh my god, thank you for running them over. I appreciate it. Guys, the zombie. Oh, they're called mutants, actually. Never mind. They were not mine, though. I don't want to purchase the
Why did
goddamn
that
gun. I want the bones.
wait, that had such an like that had such a like delayed. Jeez,
Oh.
that had such a delayed. Like I was like, huh? I just heard the voice of Ko-Fi bot.
Huh?
The voice
is
of
the voice
Ko-Fi
of
bot saying, "New tip from Cheese Beagle." Let's see what you got. Did you get an ornament?
Yeah.
Hello,
hell yeah.
sir. I would like to I would like
Went
to
for my
upgrade
big
my
tail though.
stop sign,
Huh?
please. Ah, damn it! You want 40 bones? I don't have any
I
bones.
got my kobold.
Ooh.
Lizard.
Oh my god!
Lizard.
Thank you.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Thank
Lizard.
you, clown guy.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Defeat the boss? Wait, what
Lizard.
boss?
Lizard.
Ow! Why am I
Lizard.
getting shot at? Why do I have to fight 3 different...
Glizzard. Glamorous lizard? Or glizzy lizard?
Ah!
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
What? I clicked the med kit before I died. That's utter bullcrap.
I think Salem died.
I died to the bear even though I pressed the med kit in time.
Ooh, the bear.
6, 7.
Didn't help I was getting shot at by a hunter.
6-7.
How dare you do seven thing
Glam
with presents.
lizard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
Lizard.
Mr. Krabs.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Twitch.tv.
I just like popped my foot.
Good for
Ow.
you. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Lizard. I don't play
Lizard.
Carnage. Lizard.
Glamorous lizard. Love in a bottle, love in a bottle.
Love in a bottle. Don't need
Don't
love.
need
in a
love and it comes in a bottle.
Double or nothing.
Can't believe I tried like I went to drag in which song was it? I think it was, let me look at Spotify real quick. I was literally trying to drag in Love in a Bottle, and I grabbed Keith David's name instead of like the actual song. And so Keith David just showed up in my like library and I was like, Keith David.
That's so funny. Real as hell though.
We're not playing it now.
Y'all, I just got a thing in my freaking Roblox chat saying cheese low-key dumb was low-key dumb. What the fuck?
What?
Oh wait, and then they changed it to high key. Cheese was high key dumb. What does that even mean? Are they talking about you,
Who?
Cheese Beagle? I don't know. It's a random ass person.
Who's messaging you?
No one. I was just reading the Roblox chat.
Oh. What are they talking about cheese in Roblox?
I don't know. I'm not letting you back on my
Love in
bed
a
because after
bottle,
this round I'm
love
gonna
in
have
a
to
bottle.
go.
Don't need love when it comes in a bottle. La 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 love.
Is in the eye. End of a lie that fucks you over. It goes down the same.
No, I can't make a fucking Mai Tai.
Literally. No, I can't make a fucking Mai Tai. It's the realest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why am I in the bathhouse?
Why are you in the bathhouse?
I don't know. Am I special?
Are you special?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Yeah.
I'm Bethel?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yay!
You're one of a kind.
Oh, I'm the debater. What do you mean I'm the debater? No, I'm not. I don't
You're
debate.
a
I just
one
watch.
of the- you're a one of a kind superstar. Way
Yeah,
to
sure
go,
I am.
superstar.
Way to go, superstar. Someone just said something in chat and it was typed out. That's so funny to me. Why are you square? They're like, their head is literally a square.
Why are you square?
I'm not. I would rather get delayed than be a Sonic fanboy. What? Hello? I'm literally just cosplaying as freaking Shadow the Hedgehog, and someone's like, I'd rather be this person than rather be a freaking Sonic fanboy. And I'm like, hello? What's wrong with me being a Sonic fan, dog? What's wrong with me cosplaying as a freaking Shadow? Like someone else? That's kind of rude, actually. Is no one
yeah,
allowed to be who
Naksh,
they want to be anymore?
Naksh Fox is getting drawn by Loki Laverna.
Oh, heck
Ooh.
yeah.
Beans just said, femboys? Where?
Femboys, no one. No one. No one's a femboy. Relax.
I'm all appetite, you help me to grow. Oh, my love, you too, but my desire may prove your doom.
Bum, 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 bum. I can't see shit! Why is it dark?
Open wide.
Was a body discovered?
Aw, man. Bruce said, aw, man. That
Oh
stinks.
man. Oh dang it. Oh dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Oh dang it.
Oh, dang it. What?
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Beans, don't do that. Don't do that.
Wait, what just happened? Was there a murder? What just happened?
Are you
Survive.
playing that
kill.
Danganronpa game
Oh, there's a
that
dead body.
you and Willow were playing earlier?
A body has been discovered. Probably.
A body has been discovered.
Oh, yep. A body has been discovered.
Oh.
You know who's probably gonna get blamed for it? Me.
You.
Probably. Because people are haters.
$10? Useless.
A bottle of soap.
A
A bar of soap.
Now I can be squeaky clean.
Now I can be squeaky clean.
It's so real.
I don't know why I keep thinking he's saying a bottle of soap.
A bottle of soap.
Now I can be squeaky clean.
When can I leave to be on my own?
Bottle of soup.
I've got the whole world to
I've got
see.
the whole world to see.
Oh, I found the body finally. I didn't even get to make it in
Yes,
time.
Tybalt, I
Oh,
have
I
a
did.
special most treasured treat. It's just me.
It's just me.
It's gonna be me.
Man, they changed the Christmas, or they changed the playlist at work to the Christmas playlist, and I'm like sitting here like, oh no.
Okay, so someone used a knife. Poorly in my tirades. I have blood on them, so we gotta be
Bottle.
careful.
Now I can be squeaky clean.
A bar of soap. Now I can be squeaky clean. Tax the cheese tax. You gotta pay the cheese tax.
Hey, that's
when
my
I-
sound.
It is your song.
My sound.
Oh my god, a raid!
We're
Oh my
literally just
God,
messing with
a
these
raid.
at this point. Oh my god, a raid.
Grabs Abel's face. Why are you so cute, you little shit?
Literally, I love Abel.
I honestly, same. Pikachu.
What is happening? Everyone's like, that's your opinion! That just reminds me of, that's my opinion! Why am I in the back of the goddamn elevator? Does Garflin have any freaking... Oh my god, he does.
Let me stop you right there.
What is this one?
Unacceptable!
Oh. All I said was lemon. All I said was lemon.
It's the lemon dude from well,
It's lemon grab from
Yeah.
Adventure Time. Yeah. What's this one?
the jump scare. Squirrel.
What are these birds doing here?
That's a good question. What are the birds doing here? Yeah, it's lemon grab.
Wow.
It's a fox.
I think I accidentally like, did this and that like scared the crap out of me because like I was not expecting that to happen. You need an able plushie? No.
Where's the ball, Odie? Stupid creatures love to fetch a ball.
It's literally called.
Don't do that.
Mark Garflin.
Bad beans. Bad beans. Don't do that. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard.
What the fuck did you just
Is
say
that
to me,
me?
sir?
Glamorous lizard.
This trial was cooked from the start.
Is that me?
Or-
What the fuck? I was like, is that me? Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. A lizard.
Oh, someone left the game.
A lizard. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard.
It sounds so professional.
Glamorous lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Take me
It sounds
to
like I just like
the
ripped that off a website or
moon.
something, but that's just
Glamorous lizard.
Lizard.
Glamorous,
soundboard.
glamorous it's in your soundboard. I'm laughing too much. I can't draw the line.
Lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
Lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot.
glamorous lizard.
Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard.
That's gonna take over the internet.
Oh my gosh. I'm struggling on these eyes. I'm struggling on eyes more than I am struggling on antlers. Glamorous lizard.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Glamorous
Oh, lol, I don't know
lizard.
what this is about. So real.
Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard.
I wish it was a little bit louder. I don't know why it's quiet.
No, I'm just struggling on the lines. Like I've got like the sketch lines down, but like for line art, like I'm so like wait, actually. Okay, that's definitely. I keep wanting to do that.
Funky Town.
Would you take me to Funky Town?
I'm gonna go back to looking at assembly thing because I'm gonna wait. What's wrong with the eyes?
Glamorous lizard.
Oh, the pupils are like goat pupils in my opinion. I don't know what. What is happening?
Here we go.
Am I gonna get blamed for this? I'm being awfully quiet.
BRB. Okay, have fun.
Have fun being AFK. I'm suing you.
I'm suing. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho ho.
Whoa. Shut up and lock in. No, we can't let them win. It's crazy, dog.
When I walk the equator, chasing the night, little do I know it orbits close behind. I might remember or might assume, but I only turn around every once in a walk the equator, chasing the night, little do I know it orbits close behind. I might remember or might assume, but I only turn around every once in a red, red moon. Said I only turn around every once in a red, red moon. Ooh. So what's the matter?
Why do
What's
I
the
look over and
matter,
see the little guy
Martha?
being bald? City's like you right now, bald.
No! No!
You're just jealous by the truth.
I'm not bald!
Yeah, you are. It's okay to be in denial, man.
I'm not bald, though.
You're so bald, you just don't want to admit it.
I bet your elbows are bald.
Huh? I'm concerned.
I don't even know what that means. What do you mean by
What do
saying
you mean by
so
that?
bald?
Well, I bet your elbows are bald.
Counter, what is happening?
Could it be? Could it be?
Because I don't think Sid's bald, but their elbows might be bald. I'll give you
Sid
that.
is bald. Look at them. That's clearly a wig.
I'm not wearing a wig.
Yeah, you are. It's okay to be denied. Shh.
Why is my thing not working?
It's okay to let people know you're okay.
It just sounded like you just said it's okay to let people know that you're gay.
You're also gay, so it works out.
Sigh.
You can't deny it. You are gay. And bald, so it's okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. It's okay.
I'm literally
Don't worry,
not.
I won't tell anyone.
Welcome back, Beans.
Guys, I'm here to tell you it's bald.
No. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous
Glamorous
lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Glamorous
Lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
Lizard. Did I just get another message from fucking... What do they mean by they're resending
It's
me?
okay, I won't tell anyone on stream.
Can I vote for myself?
What?
I can't vote for myself to be the bad guy. That's funny. Jeez, do you know what they mean by they're about to resend DMs?
What do you mean resend DMs?
Oh my god, someone
Wait,
actually
what?
voted. That's so funny. It wasn't even me.
I have no context, so I have
For the Secret
in
Santa?
in Secret Santa. Yeah,
Oh, did they have any problems?
I think so. They said, all right, at Santa and fixing as we can, and we are now about to resend DMs.
Maybe some people didn't get them
Maybe.
Maybe.
because I didn't get a message.
Ah. The Secret Santa had a couple bugs and are resending stuff. Ah.
So are we getting new ones then, or are
I
we
think
just
we
gonna keep the
might
ones that we
be.
have?
We might be.
I guess I'll keep an eye on Rudolph. Oh, yep, there I go. Why does it bite your ankle cutely? Okay.
What?
That's what I said. Bites your ankle cutely.
My bet is that they have like a
Oh, nope.
spreadsheet or something that
Oh, I still
feeds
got the
it.
same one. I
So
still got the same
I
one.
would doubt the assignments reset, but they probably are having some problems. Well, I'm about to find out.
Yeah.
'Cause I just got a message. Let's see.
Yeah, I got the same person. I think
I
it's
haven't gotten a
just
second
resetting
message
everything.
or anything.
Let me check. My target is the same. So yeah, they're just resending them out, I guess.
Maybe they didn't
Yeah.
all send at once.
All right. Well, I'ma go.
Oh.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Have fun. Oh, there they go.
I'm making a burrito.
Can I have one?
Sure.
Yippee!
Making a burrito. A burrito.
Wait, what's in it? What's in it though?
Chili, chicken chili, lettuce, tomato, lots of cheese, sour cream, hot sauce.
Does the chili have beans in it?
I have some what are they called? Red beans.
Dang it.
Kidney beans. I can just hand you a bag of shredded cheese.
Okay.
If I don't finish it first. Ha ha ha.
I feel like I'm starting to learn a lot more about Krita. Cause I like Wait, did you see like me testing? You didn't.
Every art program knows your name. Boom, boom, boom.
Where is it? Where is it? Gone missing. I ain't got no
Sorry, I'm in the other room, but I
enjoying.
think you can hear me.
Okay, okay.
I can see the screen.
Okay. I don't think you you didn't see what I was working on yesterday, but like I feel pretty proud of this.
What do we got? Oh, an animation. What are you doing? Like, yeah.
think I was like I was mainly just I got the message.
Cool.
Yippee! But yeah, that's what I was like playing with last night.
That's great.
Because I was also like kind of playing with like separate layers in an animation as well. But yeah.
Obsidian the Animator.
Uh It's like someone in chat said something foul. It's whenever it's I feel like it's also like the memes when before like Bagel put in all the like keyword thingies to stop the spam. Oh, Krita crashed.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Didn't like the animation.
It did not.
Hopefully you saved.
I don't think I have a recent. I think it was whenever I did the sketch.
Well,
But I think Krita might have backups, maybe?
let's hope. I hope.
Hopefully. Oh no.
You know what they say.
Okay, open the autosave file. Oh!
Yay. It's always better the second time you
Oh,
make it.
phew. Okay. Did not like me closing that animation. Oh, my back, you're old. Oh, gosh. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Great, now that's gonna be like something that it's gonna be something that I start saying randomly. Glamorous lizard. You feel hunchbacked. Oh no. Swallowing swords now. Too bad I don't know how I'm juggling knives. Ow! That cost me. Far as the eye can see. Far 'cause I'm choking on stardust, becoming a carcass. Sting part of me that's appealingly street. Know me and evidently okay. Wow.
I guess now that Salem's gone, I need to fill in the gap. I need to start cursing at some game randomly. Frickety frack all of you! Frickin' chicken nuggets! Later, tater!
Glamorous lizard. Oh gosh. I literally
You're not getting my Mickey D's today, punks!
oh gosh.
Come get a side of grandma.
Come get a granny bar.
Granny bar.
Get a granny bar, guys.
I don't know what I'm saying, but, you know.
Okay, and then we can make the magic happen.
Let's get dangerous. In a world where Obsidian must choose between a line or no line.
What?
In a battle of clear backgrounds versus colored backgrounds.
It's oh, I always got to do the clear backgrounds.
Will they choose
Wonder if
a
this would feel
matte
like a
finish, sparkles, or shinies?
Glitter.
Glitter.
Glitter. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard.
6, 7.
Oop, that is not the right layer. There we go.
The funny thing is, like, anybody that's on my because whenever I'm searching for sound effects, I'll just look for something quick, and like I'll search for lizard, and like 6 or 7 lizards come up. But now glam lizard's gonna be in somebody search, so they're looking for lizard.
They're gonna be like, what's this glamorous lizard? And then they're just gonna hear me saying, glamorous lizard.
I want them to think it's from a TV show or something. And everybody will be like, yeah, I think it was on that show.
Yeah, the show.
The one where Cheese Beagle eats a burrito while somebody's streaming.
Is it a good burrito at least?
Oh, well.
Okay.
It's homemade.
Nice. Honestly, I need to make quesadillas again one day.
Quesadillas. What's the deal with all these quesos?
All these quesos.
Good sparkly.
Okay, there's no difference between those two. Those two do have a difference, though. Ah, that's an eraser! What happened?
Uh-oh. No, that's not good. I decided to, I don't know. I just was like, I think it was Netflix or something, and I saw Seinfeld on there. I'm like, I hear people talk about that, but like I've never actually seen it. So I watched it, and then I ended up binging like the whole, like all whatever the seasons were, and then I came out of it, and I was like, man, I want to do Seinfeld quotes, but I'm like literally the only person right now that has seen it at least recently. I have nobody to talk to.
Oh.
But I'm like, oh gosh, this was a funny show, but you know, I'm like 20 years too late. I missed the trend. That reminds me, I gotta watch Has Been Hotel season 2.
Honestly, I liked it, but the writing
here-
could have been better.
It's a shame because like I've kind of heard that too. Like some people are like, I really like this scene, but overall, and I'm like, so that's kind of a shame because the
There
writing was
were
really good in the first
yeah,
one.
yeah, there were a lot of parts though where like I did laugh pretty hard because I binged it all in one day. But yeah, there was a lot of parts that could have been a lot better.
Oh no, Beans drew Beans bald.
What is it with people starting to draw everybody bald now?
I don't know. It's not. I don't know. I don't think you want bald. I told my partner I could shave all my hair off and buff it, and my partner I cut my hands over my head and I make it look like my hair is gone, and they've told me never to do that again. So I don't know why.
Thing is, like, the me being bald, like, memes they were there during, like, the older chat as well.
Is it because the boulders?
No. Whenever I was still, like, Sunset Be Thick back in 2020, like, I was, like, people still made, like, the bald memes. You just finished putting some Christmas lights on the stairs. Ooh.
Don't step on them.
Yeah, don't step on them. Those hurt. They hurt a lot. It's like probably the same pain as stepping on a Lego. But instead of plastic, it's glass, usually. You are so sparkly.
LEDs are plastic.
Yeah. But like the older ones, those were glass.
Hmm.
And depending on if it's like from like attic lights that you keep in your attic all year round and then grab at Christmas time, like
Grab LEDs. Interesting.
I think for this to
What-
work.
When does Art Fight due? I should probably look that up before I signed up.
When is Art Fight?
Yeah.
Like in July?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Secret Santa. When's Secret Santa due? Two different things.
Oops.
Should probably
You
look
just
that up at
sent
some
bald
point.
beans. Oh gosh. Let me look where my thing is. There it is. Oh my god, they're bald. They're bald.
Boy.
They're bald. They've been baldified.
Oh no.
They've been baldified. Oh no. Sigh. The baldness is spreading, guys.
No, thank you.
Oops. You and Bubbles have been baldified. Okay, that worked. And now to grab the colors for the tail. I feel like for like this part to work, I feel like this needs to be definitely a little bit. Whoop. That's also an eraser. I feel like this. Okay, that's also not the right brush. Or like maybe. I don't know. Just a little bit darker? I don't know. Oh, wait, did my Wi-Fi just go out? Oh, no.
I
Hello?
can hear you still. I don't know if you can hear
Okay,
me.
okay, okay. It just said connecting to the chat room, and I'm like, huh?
It's always scary.
That was very scary. Okay, okay. My computer just decided to say connecting to chat for some reason. I'll probably do the little ornament holder type thingy as the same color as your staff. Tee. Like that. Insert cash or select payment type. Use PinPad to complete transaction. Thank you for shopping at Walmart. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. I feel like this being the only non-glittery part, like, feels weird. It's gonna be glittery. But it's gonna be, like, extra glittery. Because it's, like, you know. Can't see where my... There it is. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You started playing at my workplace yesterday. That was very scary. I like how this song got, like, very, not introduced, but the Dandy's Block fandom, which is basically an AU off of Dandy's World. This got very popular with their fandom. That, and then also I think, with Glisten's World as well. I think. I think it's whenever they were, like, all kind of trying to talk to see, like, what they should do about Glisten. It's getting sticky. Me and my aunt were in my Jima's car driving around one day, and we decided to blast this in her Toyota Sienna, which is like a literal minivan. So it's not like a car that you would expect to be blasting music. But it got loud.
Sounds fun.
It was honestly a lot of fun.
I have to have myself on mute because I am currently punching 50 badges right now,
Oh, wow.
which is the first
For the
of...
con?
Yeah, I'm not super prepared, but it's like a normal convention, so
Ah. Thank you, Gababot!
I'm going to be taking lots of photos while I'm out there. So
Yes.
I want to pass out little cheese tags. I've got 50 done. I got, well, if I could print out 150 more, I would, but we'll see. Might be maybe another 100. Or until my
Honestly,
printer
I need
gives
to
up.
get I need to get a printer. So badly, I need to get one.
Yeah, my printer. I have a nice printer now. I've gone through several over the years, but I like the printer, but the toner is expensive. Like I have like
Yeah.
I decided because I've done a couple types and finally like I'm just gonna get a nice printer. I got like an office, not exactly like as big as an office, but I've got it's a decent printer. But to replace all the toner, it's gonna cost me $180.
Damn.
So I just have it sitting upstairs, and I'm gonna print as many as I can until it won't print anymore. Because we'll get to that.
Yeah. Wow.
But now the good thing is we operate as I have the way that I operate everything is as a small business, so it'll be a business expense that I can partially write off for taxes, but it's doesn't cover all of it.
Right. Somehow my Gmail knew that you can write off business effect like expenses for like streaming, and I'm like sitting here like, how do you know that?
She's probably had a small business, maybe, or maybe she read it somewhere.
She did, but at the same time, like, I'm sitting here like, how do you know that you can technically, like, how did you know that you can technically, like, do that with streaming, though?
I'd take her advice then. Sounds like she knows a thing or two.
Yeah.
I know we talked a little bit about it, but if you ever have any questions on how we get everything set up, just let me know.
Yeah.
But it's worthwhile depending on how deep into it you get.
Don't question the grand units, ancient. Oh.
the grand units. Yo, there's something to be said for that. Sometimes they know.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, my great grandpa's new wife, she's trying to tell me to go to Hollywood and whatnot. I'm sitting here like I'm not as rich as y'all.
Hollywood?
She's telling me to try to go to Hollywood. Be like, she's like, you can you need to go to sleep. Okay, have a nice night. Yeah, she's
Right.
like trying to
You
she's
take
trying to
that
be
that's
like,
trash.
you need to go to you need to go to Hollywood and like people will be able to like hear you sing and whatnot. And I'm like sitting there like, oh my gosh. It's never too late to embrace your fate. May death come quickly in. Yeah, because last Christmas, I believe it was either Christmas or Thanksgiving. But I like they had I think it was Christmas actually because that's when my aunts were actually there because I think last Thanksgiving they were all on a cruise again. Yeah. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. I absolutely like crushed family karaoke. Like absolutely crushed it. Cause why does TikTok have my government name? Huh? I looked over and I saw a notification from TikTok with my government name, and I'm like, I took my name off of there. That's so weird. I don't know why it's
They
like that, but
know
it
when
is.
you are sleeping. They know when you post a meme. They know when you are watching. So they send you a reminder to come back.
Like from like the TikTok shop specifically, and it's like, dude, I literally took that off.
Creepy.
I don't know if I should. I feel like with white it doesn't show as good, so I'm not gonna do like the eye
Too much.
whites as glitter.
You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You
You
better
better
watch
watch
out.
out. You better watch out. You just better watch out. Do, 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 do. It's a glittery ornament. It's a very glittery ornament. Let me add, oh, that's not the right one. It's a very glittery ornament. We have done a glittery ornament.
Wow, it's so sparkly. It's like a
glamorous lizard. It's like a glamorous lizard. We love. This is the voice that TikTok thinks that like I'm Sin from Murder Drones. We love the glamorous lizard. The glamorous lizard always lizards. Live, laugh, glamorous lizard. I forgot I'm wearing a hoodie. I have a pocket in the front of my hoodie. I'm gonna save that, make sure it doesn't crash on me again. Man, when I woke up, I had like the worst, like, calf cramp. I literally, like, I tried, like, doing what you do, because you said that you, like, cross your legs or something. It didn't work.
I get the Charlie horse, which may be different, but I have to cross my legs and then try to touch my toes, and it helps stretch it out.
Uh, do you get chips or popcorn?
Popcorn.
Popcorn. Glamorous lizard.
It's on my soundboard if you ever need it.
Glamorous lizard. Back from the dead for you. Wow. I forgot to save this one as a PNG. All right, BRB.
I don't know if I
Okay.
should. I'm probably not going to tell anybody that I was watching Twitch for 5,400 hours.
That's a long time. That is a long time.
To be fair, I don't think I was there the whole time. Like the ones that like I fall asleep to, those end up counting. So
Man, last night I literally fell asleep with my phone like on. And iPhones get like screen burn pretty bad now. And I woke up and I saw that like it did it. It burnt. Like whatever, like the thing that I had
Oh, no.
open like had burnt through my screen, and it's not even a funny thing.
that's weird.
So I
Jeez.
think I have to like try to get like one of those videos that
Mine like auto locks, so I don't. Or,
yeah,
it auto
when
turns off.
I used to have that, but every time I did that, like it would turn off at the worst times.
Hmm.
Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Okay. That's not the right thing. I don't know. Oh, I almost just gosh. So we did assembly, and then we did two.
Notch and assembly.
Yeah. Is it Nox or Naksh?
I think it's Notch.
Nox? Okay. I'm like sitting here, I'm like, wait. Cause I'm gonna be honest, I like at first I kept on reading them as Nash. And then I was like, wait a minute, that's a K. Like my brain was like, Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, very productive day.
Oh my gosh. My fire emote has been used
Oh, gosh.
37,000 times.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, 37,000 times. That's wild. Oh, they're streaming now? Oh shit.
Notch is streaming, yeah. I think they're gaming.
Okay. Yeah, I finally made myself a little fire emote.
I saw.
Yeah. I did. So I don't have a date yet. I don't have a date for this yet. Also, cheese, that must be all the arson from you burning bagel to the ground.
People have been using it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, the cooking stram.
So I was like playing with like animating a little bit. I don't have a date for this yet though. I don't have a date yet. But it'll be probably on one of my off days, so either on a Tuesday or a Friday. But I animated the It's not even water. It's not even water. Um so this is a this is what we call the tuna slab. Um when I first moved into my apartment, um I took canned tuna and put it in my skillet. And the tuna slab was born. Because I didn't realize that you didn't have to cook tuna if you wanted to put it in tuna alfredo. Because I was like, okay, what if I like instead of chicken, because I have a lot of tuna, what if I use tuna and put it in alfredo? And so I was like, okay, well, I probably need to cook the tuna because like I don't know where my thought process was going, because like I eat tuna salad like sandwiches like a lot. But yeah. So yeah. And then we obviously wait, actually I should finally fix this. I need to
Dang tater tots!
dang tater tots.
I don't. Feeling for sound. Oh, did you want? Well, you
I need
have
to
my
fix
reference,
it.
I think. It's fine. I like the attempt. I like it's like one of those things that you get to look at
There
for
we
like
go.
30 seconds and then you color based on that.
It's also
Oh. It's fine. It'll grow back. It'll be all right.
but it's the cheese giraffe. Pink. When did I open Opera earlier? Huh. Why does it sound like it's like gonna start raining, even though it's not? Dang! It is 40 degrees right now, but it feels like 28. That's wild. What is it gonna be whenever I have to go to work tomorrow? 34 degrees? Oh my gosh. That's wild. Where is this? Where is this?
When I go to Chicago, it's gonna be a high of 32 degrees.
Damn!
With 17 at night.
Oh my gosh.
I'll just keep my fursuit on the whole time. I'll be fine.
I mean, yeah, it would be a lot warmer. It would be a lot warmer. Okay, we're open cheese bold. Okay. Here we go. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. After stream, should I make chicken nuggets, chicken fries, or pizza rolls?
Gonna have to go with You could make pizza nuggets.
Uh, I I only have what I have in the freezer.
Pizza rolls and chicken nuggets it is.
Wait, cheese, what kind of ornament are you gonna be?
You mean matte, glitter, or shiny?
Yeah, yeah. Or like whatever type of ornament like that.
Hold on a sec.
Let's just do that since this is a sketch layer. Yeah.
I think we're probably gonna have to do sparkly, right?
Alrighty.
Gave you a nice big tail to work with, though.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, the currency system's messed up. It's very messed up. I don't know how to fix it, and it's like I'm sitting here like currency system, why? Are these horns?
So, um, they're like spikes, like little rounded edge spikes.
Okay, okay. It's
So,
like, are they
like
horns?
the horns are on top of my head, but these are
Right,
like
right.
kobolds have like these. I don't know what you call them. I guess they're technically horns, but they're like little ones.
Frills?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little spikies.
Little spikes.
You should probably think of doing like a mirror tool for your ornaments.
Yeah.
And then put the tail on a separate layer that's a non-mirror layer. And then that would save you some trouble.
Yeah. But I think the because I think whoa, that's not the right thing. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. That's perspective.
Dang. Multi-dimensional. I can see colors.
I can see colors.
But I do like bulb ornaments, and I've been using the mirror tool. It takes a little bit of adjustment. I don't know where it is in Krita though. It's got to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, I have no clue, honestly. There's this.
Let me
Wait, that's
let me
selecting.
do the Googles. Where is?
Oh, 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 oh.
Where'd you find it?
Yeah.
Oh dang. Whee!
Wee. Shoo.
I'm a unique snowflake. What? It's just, I'm a computer fan. What's going on here?
Welcome back, El Macaco.
Have you? Wait. Somehow you did it 4 ways. I don't think that's what you were after.
I don't know where the. Oh wait. 2. Well, how do you?
So 2, you want 1. You want 1 mirror. Well, that's pretty cool. I want to let you do 1. There it is. Wait, what? Okay, what's going on here? How does this tool work? Symmetry is what you want. You want to double it, but why is it? Usually it lets you draw like a line.
Crazy. I
That
was
you can
crazy
use
once. They left me to room.
because
Room.
it inverted it. That's cute, but that's not what you want.
Don't know what.
What are the other types if not symmetry?
There's mirror?
Mirror is probably what you want.
Translate? Whoa! That's strange.
Oh, that's so cool. You could, oh, so many times I wanted to draw 2 of some line, and there it is right there. It's probably mirrored though, but oh my gosh, what are you doing? 4 eyes.
There's Snowflake. Snowflake might actually be the... Oh my gosh, it is. Out of everything, Snowflake.
Snowflake?
What about 50? Oh my PC. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no.
What have you even done?
Oh no. Oh no.
50 brushes
no.
is enough to take down your computer.
Oh no.
Circle.
Oh, they're very slowly coming in. Okay, there we go.
I've transcended through space and time.
Biblically accurate cheese?
Oh god, I am orb. look like I'm some type of like
Biblically
screensaver.
accurate cheese. Cheese the screensaver. Glamorous lizard. 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 At least we found, oh, show origin. Oh my gosh. I can see the origin.
Oh, that's what you were
Whee!
looking for. Oh, that makes sense.
It's like can literally go like
Finished.
ah yes, the symmetry tool.
Now you'll never have to figure out how to draw your lines again. Make drawing horns look so easy.
I mean, I've drawn a lot of horns, so like the main
Apparently.
ones that I do is like this. But then like there's also like glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. I think someone might have died in Minecraft.
Sam, what you doing? You got a hot dog, buddy?
You got a hot dog, buddy? Glamorous lizard. Thank you, Coffee
I need to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Honestly, this worked out a lot better. I wonder how long it's gonna last. In the face of anger, you say patience before pride, and inside I'm so alive. And it's all thanks to you that I survived. So thanks you. That. Guess I'll say thank you for lending me your life. I feel like this could be like the first one that like has like a centered one. Glamorous lizard. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. And then obviously, like, the cheese would be cheese colored. I just gotta make sure to, like, put this here as a reminder for future me not to forget that. Listen to a lot of true crime. Listen to it at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel alright. Like in the morning, and I like 'em at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel alright. I listen to a lot of true crime.
A little cheesy bun.
Cheese. I think yours is like the first one with like that the tail like that's like in the center because you got the large horns and of course there can't be like a tail like in the way of the horns and so we got the centered one.
It works.
Yeah.
Glad you get so many commissions today. Able to work on all these.
Honestly, yeah. I did. I really did.
We filled out your slots last time, I remember.
Huh?
We filled up your slots earlier. I remember we'd filled up all your openings one time. All your commission slots. But you've been
Honestly,
flying
like
through everybody's art.
yeah, I feel like I don't have necessarily like any slots this time.
Evidence. Wow. Oh, sorry, you might hear my cricket in the background.
You're what?
I have a cricket cutter that I'm cutting out more
Oh,
badges. I still have to finish packing tonight. But I mean, I've got my camera stuff is ready. My fursuit's
nice.
ready. My version 1.0 is going. So the only thing I really got to do is finish printing out badges that I can pass out at the convention. And I should be good to go.
Nice.
But I got to print them, cut them, laminate them, cut them again, hole punch them, and then I think I'm gonna actually save the Thursday night. I'm probably gonna put all the clips on.
Ah.
Because I'm bringing a checked bag, and rather than try to explain why I've got 150 badges on clips, I'm just gonna bring the bag of clips and all my badges, and they'll just see it like, oh, okay, it's just a bag of stuff, whatever.
Glamorous lizard in art? Oh. Did you actually draw did you draw glamorous?
Oh my gosh,
Oh
is
my
that a glamorous lizard?
god! Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Art, it's in the art chat in my Discord.
Oh my. Behold the glamorous lizard.
Glamorous lizard. Oh, that's actually hilarious. That is hilarious. I love that. I love that so much. I love that so much.
I'm gonna send that to somebody without any context. I'm just gonna say glamorous lizard. I'm not gonna give them one bit of context.
No context.
See what they do with that knowledge.
Glamorous lizard. $3.14159.
It's just pie. It's gonna be your next thing, glamorous lizards.
After like ornaments, I'm wondering like what should I like do like as the little things? Because I don't think the next just draw everybody as a glamorous lizard. Glam glam flower. Just make everybody into a flower. But like what's the next like holiday? Cuz I feel like there's something in between New Year's and Valentine's Day.
New Year's and Valentine's Day. I mean,
Or not New Year's, Christmas. Cuz I don't think there's enough time for New Year's stuff. Cuz the ornaments
be a
are
sh-
Christmas.
be a short time.
Yeah, it's too short of a time.
January doesn't have a whole lot of holidays. And then sometime after that might be my real birthday, but that's not really a thing.
2026 except the zero's a person. Yeah, but I feel like it's too short of a time frame though.
Well, I mean, anything like snow related could work. What else we got going? Turn everybody into Easter bunnies. Glamorous lizards. So many choices. Hard to say.
Hi Bacon Bit. We got ornaments. We're doing ornaments today. I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
Ornament is only $5. $5
Well,
or
I have it
$3.
like $3.
I
Yeah.
say five. It's $5.
$3.
$5. You can't even get yet $5. You just get one. Make sure to type 5 in.
Oh my
And
gosh.
you
That's
can't
good.
even get a foot-long sandwich for that price.
Man, the footlongs have gone up. They're literally
It's like
like 12
$12 for a
bucks.
foot-long. Yeah, it's $12 foot-long.
Like I went
Oh.
to Subway because I was like, okay, it's on my way to work and I just need somewhere to like kind of warm up a little bit because despite the fact that it's still like about a mile away from my house, like it's still freezing. Like I was outside for like 5 minutes, like riding my e-bike because I have an e-bike and whatnot. Down the sidewalk. It was freezing. The reindeer's from Salem. It's from Salem Cat 271 who left the call sadly.
It's like $30 on Salem Cat's Ko-Fi. Get turned into a reindeer.
Grandma got run over by
Yeah.
reindeer? Nah, Grandma got turned into a reindeer.
I ain't ran over no grandmas. They give me cookies and coleslaw.
I don't know. Coleslaw for me, it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss for me.
My grandma used to give me coleslaw every time I visited. And when she'd turn around to get something out of her other fridge, she had two fridges on opposite sides of the kitchen. I would put the coleslaw back in the jar and then put it back in her fridge. But now, like, I don't really mind coleslaw, so I wish I would I just wish I would add some of it. But she also always kept cereal in her other, like, she had two fridges and one of them was full of cereal.
In the fridge?
Yep.
Huh.
I've never really figured it out, but
I mean, a lot of people put flour in the fridge to keep bugs out, and I feel like that would be another effective thing to do. Because I put my bread in the fridge.
I do put my bread in the fridge because otherwise it molds really quickly.
Yeah, that's how it is for me.
So you technically, yes, you're making the bread stale, but if you warm it up or you toast it, it doesn't really matter.
Right. Like, I always do it for sourdough bread. Because, actually, the only bread that I've been getting is the sourdough bread from Aldi's. It's good. It's good. Okay, that's actually a more efficient way of coloring in the glitter.
Glamorous
Just-
lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
I'm so glamorous now.
Yeah.
I look like a tinfoil ornament or something, like one of those those fancy foil ornaments.
Okay, it really doesn't. The lighter colors don't work with the glitter pens. What if I do extra glitter? You can't even tell. Oh gosh. There's no difference. What about the semi-extra? It's only culture, it's only culture, it's only culture's not your friend. Oh. It works a little bit. It looks like you're just speckled. Lightly speckled cheese. Still fine. It's still fine to eat, you know?
Why are you eating an ornament?
Don't ask questions. Oh, but the silver works. Crunchy. It's like that one clip of me, like, literally eating a piece of paper. Okay, that's the same color.
Talk since I ate a band-aid.
Oh gosh.
I was getting tired of the bean boozleds. Being old bandage all the time. So I think I finally cracked and I said, if this next red jelly bean is an old bandage, I'm gonna eat a band-aid. It was old bandage. But I freaking like I went to put the band-aid in my mouth and the adhesive got stuck to my lip and there's just a clip of me just losing it.
Oh
I'm
gosh.
just broken. Just laughing and crying at the same time.
Honestly, I like how the glitter pen, like, does it. Like, at first I was very skeptical, but now I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is looking really good.
I'm wondering. Okay, that just looks silver, so I will do the regular one. It's a lot easier to fill in the spot before because you don't have to worry about the like having to color it in with the glitter. Because coloring it in with the glitter is a lot harder. Because the glitter pen, for some reason, like, moves. It's like, if
Huh.
you can see that.
I mean, it looks good what you did here. It looks really good. I gotta make sure kiddo actually goes to sleep. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay. And that way, we can put that on. We can do this, and then just be like a more speckled one for that part. Did you lose yourself? Well, it's always in the last place you've checked. I might find myself by retracing my steps. Bow, 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 woo, I don't remember. Have I got myself? I don't remember. Don't remember 2012. I don't remember. Have I got myself? I don't remember. Don't remember 2012. How the world would turn to hell. Well, I don't remember. Got myself. I don't remember. Don't remember 2012. I don't remember. Have I forgotten myself? I don't remember 2012, don't remember 2012, I don't remember 2012. Not that.
Cooking. Cooking over here. I may have to step up my my ornament plan this year. I really like the glitter. I'll have to see if there's like a decent glitter brush on Clip Studio that I might be able to use.
I found mine online. And I had to learn how to basically make a brush on Krita.
Yeah. There's a lot of free brushes to download. I just have to find the right one.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Clip Studios seems to be pretty good about it. But I'll have to see. Because that might help step up my game a little bit on Christmas bulbs.
Or if I could just grab this and then okay. I realize I need to do this to the other ones as well. I need to make the line art glittery as well. But maybe not as?
Well, I actually
Maybe.
don't think you have to, because I think the bold lines help it stand up off of it, like kind of like an enamel pen.
Yeah.
Because if you glitter the lines up, it kind of just all blends in.
Yeah. Bop. Whoopsies. That was not the right thing. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. If it was gonna kill you, boy, it would have by now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. There's no more looking back, it's looking up or looking down. I think I might be getting a little bit quicker at these ornaments. Well, he was wearing stolen rubber shoes and wrapped in poison ivy noose around his to the jugular when they came. To every victim of his love, and a tattoo of a blue jay on his face. Save. For what? For what? For what it's worth. If it was gonna kill you, boy, it would have by now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. There's no more looking back, it's looking up or looking down. All right. Okay, good night, Stone. Have a nice night. We have done the cheese bold. It's a cheese bold ornament. And then of course you got the tree that goes like this, kind of around the tail. So like that's how the tree would go. Speaking of tree, I think I need to make the tree. Like I need to actually like make the tree so that it's we have something to put these on. Or like should we just like take like a random tree photo? Just
I
a
wanna see
random
the tree
Christmas tree
photo.
photo.
We need it.
Okay, let me look this up. Ooh, my computer is not liking this. Thank you, Coffee For what? For what? For what it's worth. If it was gonna kill you, boy, it would have by now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. There's no more looking back, and why would you want to look back? Look forward now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. If it was gonna get you, boy, they would have by now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. There's no more looking back, it's looking up or looking down. Oh, hydrate? Okay, okay. Good hydration. Drink water? Nah. Why is the only way that I can actually, like... Oh. Um... If I just do it this way. Oh, hey, that worked. We're just gonna...
Oh, I see.
There's our tree. It's our amazing,
There,
awesome tree.
It'd be fun. And then print them out put them on your tree. Little paper
Yeah.
hangouts. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Oh, it's buffering. I don't think Krita likes this.
I think, yeah, you're challenging it right now.
I don't think Krita likes this.
Sid, I'm gonna have to pop off. I gotta finish packing for the trip.
Alright.
So I'm gonna be at MFF, as you know.
I'm probably gonna
But,
go ahead and raid someone then. Cause oh, Krita crashed anyways. Yep.
Oh no.
Everything that I
Since I
needed
was
saving.
leaving, I ruined it.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go to that. You're welcome. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun having you here. Let's see. I have a feeling, not a feeling. I am going to start this raid. Boom. I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidee. They actually bought they were the first ornament that we did this stream. So show them love. This is a rock raid. You guys are rocks. I throw them at you. Or I throw I throw you at them. They're playing Hollow Knight right now. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead. Do you have anything to oh wait, I don't think they can hear you. You can say it now. You can say it now.